They tell us that history is settled. That the past is a closed book, neatly organized into timelines, dates, and labels that no longer change. But what if that confidence is an illusion? What if, scattered across the American continents, there are structures so massive, so precise, and so out of place that they quietly contradict everything we were taught about ancient civilizations? Imagine standing in a wide, open landscape. The air is still. There are no skyscrapers, no highways, no modern noise. Just earth, stone, and silence. Beneath your feet is a carefully engineered foundation. In front of you rises a massive structure, built not decades ago, not centuries ago, but thousands of years before the modern world existed. And yet, according to the official version of history, the people who lived here were not supposed to be capable of this. Not technologically. Not socially. Not intellectually. And that is where the discomfort begins. Because history tells us that ancient America was populated by small, scattered groups of hunter-gatherers. Societies without writing systems. Without advanced mathematics. Without complex engineering knowledge. Cultures described, often casually, as primitive. But the structures still stand. Massive earthworks stretching for miles. Stone blocks weighing tens of tons, cut with unsettling precision. Entire landscapes reshaped with purpose, geometry, and long-term planning. These are not the kinds of projects that happen by accident. They are not the result of random trial and error. They require leadership, shared knowledge, logistics, and time, lots of time. Generations of it. So the question is unavoidable: if these structures exist, and they do, then who built them, and why doesn't their story fit the one we've been told? For decades, these anomalies were treated as footnotes. Curious, but inconvenient. A mound here. A wall there. An alignment that, just happens, to match the movements of the sun or stars. Individually, each one could be explained away. Coincidence. Ritual. Symbolism. Simple tools, simple people, simple answers. But when you start placing them side by side, something changes. A pattern begins to emerge. Across North America, massive earthworks appear with geometric precision that can only truly be appreciated from above. In South America, stone complexes display engineering skills that rival, and sometimes surpass, those of the Old World. Entire cities once thrived where jungles now dominate. Roads, canals, platforms, and ceremonial centers lie hidden beneath vegetation, soil, and time. And here's the unsettling part: many of these sites were known to local populations long before archaeologists officially acknowledged them. Some were mapped, measured, even partially excavated, only to fade from public conversation. Others were misdated, misunderstood, or quietly ignored because they didn't fit comfortably within the established narrative. History, after all, is not just about evidence. It's about interpretation. And interpretation is shaped by expectation. For a long time, the expectation was clear: advanced civilization began elsewhere. In Mesopotamia. In Egypt. In the Indus Valley. Ancient America, in contrast, was framed as a latecomer to complexity. Capable of impressive art and ritual, perhaps, but not large-scale engineering, not precise astronomy, not megastructures that required centralized planning and deep scientific understanding. But stone does not care about expectations. Earthworks do not erase themselves to preserve textbooks. And the more technology improves, satellite imaging, LiDAR scanning, advanced dating methods, the more these structures refuse to stay hidden. What makes this even more disturbing is how close some of these sites are to modern cities. People have driven past them for years without realizing what they were seeing. Children have played on them. Farmers have plowed around them. In some cases, entire neighborhoods were built nearby, while the true significance of what lay beneath went unrecognized. Not because the evidence wasn't there, but because no one was looking for it. And when someone does look, when a researcher asks the wrong question, or pushes a theory a little too far outside accepted boundaries, resistance appears. Funding dries up. Careers stall. Labels like speculative or fringe quietly end conversations before they can begin. This isn't about conspiracy in the dramatic sense. It's about something more subtle and more human, the discomfort of being wrong. The institutional weight of centuries of assumptions. The risk involved in rewriting chapters that have been considered complete. Because if these structures truly are what they appear to be, then the implications are enormous. It would mean that ancient American societies were far more sophisticated than we've been led to believe. That they possessed knowledge systems, of astronomy, engineering, ecology, that rivaled any in the ancient world. That they organized labor on massive scales. That they planned not just for decades, but for centuries. And it would mean that something happened to them. Civilizations don't simply vanish without a trace. Cities don't disappear overnight. Knowledge doesn't evaporate unless it's disrupted, by climate change, by catastrophe, by conflict, or by slow cultural erosion. The stones remain, but the stories are lost. Or silenced. What we're about to explore is not a single mystery, but many. Sites scattered across vast distances, built by different cultures, in different environments, using different materials, yet bound together by shared traits that challenge the idea of isolation and simplicity. Traits that suggest coordination, continuity, and intention. This journey isn't about replacing one rigid narrative with another. It's not about claiming impossible technologies or rewriting history recklessly. It's about asking a more honest question: what if we don't know as much as we think we do? What if ancient America wasn't a blank slate waiting for progress, but a chapter of human achievement that was partially erased, misunderstood, or minimized? As we move forward, we'll encounter structures that shouldn't exist according to conventional timelines. Cities that were larger than European capitals of their time. Alignments that required precise astronomical observation. Engineering solutions that solved problems modern societies still struggle with. Each discovery will raise new questions. Each explanation will solve one mystery while creating another. And just when it feels like the puzzle is coming together, something else will emerge, something that refuses to fit neatly into place. By the end, you may not have all the answers. In fact, that's the point. What you will have is something far more powerful: doubt in the idea that history is finished, and curiosity about what has been forgotten. Because the past isn't silent. It's just waiting for someone to listen. And once you do, it becomes impossible to unhear what it's been trying to tell us all along. History books have a way of presenting the past as neat, linear, and unquestionable. They tell us what happened, when it happened, and who made it happen. According to the official narrative, ancient America was a place of small, scattered communities. Hunter-gatherers roamed the forests, rivers, and plains. They hunted, they foraged, they built modest villages, and occasionally they created simple ceremonial mounds. Nothing more. Nothing that would rival the great civilizations of Egypt, Mesopotamia, or the Indus Valley. And yet, when we look closer, the evidence quietly refuses to fit into these tidy boxes. Take, for example, the monumental earthworks of the Mississippi Valley. Sites like Cahokia, Poverty Point, and others defy expectations at every turn. Poverty Point alone encompasses a series of 6 concentric, semi-elliptical ridges stretching over a mile across the landscape. Constructed around 3,400 years ago, these ridges required an estimated 1.3 million cubic feet of soil, moved and compacted without the aid of metal tools or beasts of burden. According to conventional understanding, these people were supposed to be simple, nomadic, and technologically limited. Yet the scale of Poverty Point suggests not only an advanced knowledge of geometry and landscape engineering but also a social organization capable of coordinating thousands of laborers over decades. It is, in every sense, a feat that shouldn't have been possible. Then there is Cahokia, a sprawling city that, at its peak, housed tens of thousands of people. Its largest mound, Monk's Mound, rises over 100 feet high and covers 14 acres at its base. Archaeologists have documented that its construction required layers of carefully compacted soil, placed in a sequence that ensured stability for centuries. Streets, plazas, and ceremonial spaces were meticulously planned, forming a city that rivals contemporary urban centers in medieval Europe. The accepted narrative would have us believe that such complexity was impossible in North America at this time, that the inhabitants lacked the knowledge, tools, or organization to achieve it. Yet the evidence is undeniable, and it has been under our feet for millennia, quietly waiting to be acknowledged. Beyond the engineering, there is the astronomical alignment. Many of these sites appear to follow patterns that correspond with solstices, equinoxes, and lunar cycles. At Cahokia, Woodhenge, a series of wooden posts arranged in circles, seems to have functioned as a solar calendar, tracking the sun's movement with precision. Serpent Mound, in Ohio, traces the path of the serpent along hills and valleys, curving in a pattern that mirrors the solstice sunset. These alignments are not random, they demonstrate knowledge of celestial cycles that were supposedly beyond the capability of these societies. Modern researchers still debate how such precision was achieved with rudimentary tools, yet the stones and posts remain, indifferent to our skepticism. Moving southward, the Andes offer even more astonishing examples. Tiwanaku and Pumapunku, located in present-day Bolivia, showcase stonework that is nothing short of extraordinary. Enormous blocks, some weighing over 100 tons, fit together so precisely that even a thin blade cannot be inserted between them. The cuts are straight, the joins seamless, and the stability of the structures has withstood centuries of seismic activity. According to the official timeline, these constructions should have been impossible. There is no evidence of tools capable of producing such precision, no records of the knowledge required, and yet the stones stand as silent testimony to skills long forgotten. What is particularly striking is how these anomalies are dismissed or rationalized. When faced with the evidence, the narrative often shifts to explanations of gradual evolution, trial and error, or exaggeration. Scholars may suggest that a few individuals possessed extraordinary skill, that the labor was simple and slow, or that these structures were modest compared to Old World counterparts. The problem is that these explanations rarely hold up under scrutiny. The scale, precision, and organization required to build Poverty Point, Cahokia, or Pumapunku cannot be reduced to happenstance or luck. These are societies that understood principles we often assume only modern engineers could grasp. The question then becomes not just one of capability, but of history itself. Why are these accomplishments not widely recognized in the same breath as Egyptian pyramids or Mesopotamian ziggurats? Why are the people who built them portrayed as primitive, when the evidence clearly suggests otherwise? The answer is complex, intertwined with biases, historical oversight, and sometimes the convenience of fitting findings into preconceived narratives. History, after all, is not only about facts, it is about interpretation, and interpretation can be influenced by power, perspective, and prejudice. Part of the problem lies in the perception of chronology. When we examine sites like Tiwanaku or Pumapunku, we find evidence that challenges established timelines. Radiocarbon dating often produces ranges that do not align with the accepted narrative. Some layers of construction seem older than the civilizations historically credited with their creation. Scholars debate, adjust, and sometimes ignore conflicting results, yet the structures themselves remain, indifferent to our attempts to label or categorize them. They demand attention, not compliance. Equally compelling is the mystery of purpose. Why build such massive earthworks, mounds, and stone structures in the first place? Some suggest ceremonial or religious reasons, others practical applications, such as flood control or territorial markers. While plausible, these explanations often fail to account for the sheer scale and coordination involved. Moving millions of cubic feet of earth, carving stones weighing dozens of tons, and aligning structures with astronomical phenomena requires more than ritual, it requires vision, planning, and collective will. These societies were capable of something extraordinary, yet the full story is largely absent from textbooks. Furthermore, there is the question of continuity. Many of these sites were abandoned or fell into disuse, leaving behind enigmatic ruins. Some vanished almost entirely, reclaimed by nature and forgotten by successive generations. The reasons for their disappearance remain unclear: climate change, social upheaval, disease, or other unknown forces may have played a role, but their legacy endures. The stones, earthworks, and alignments continue to speak, even when written records are silent. They are messages from the past, intentionally or otherwise, demanding recognition of human ingenuity that predates modern assumptions. What makes these revelations more unsettling is how close we often come to ignoring them entirely. A farmer might plow a field where mounds once stood, unaware of their significance. A hiker might walk past a stone circle without realizing it marks an ancient alignment. Even trained archaeologists can overlook subtle clues, constrained by prevailing theories and limited resources. The past, in these cases, is patient. It waits for those willing to look closely, to question assumptions, and to accept that conventional narratives may be incomplete. And this brings us back to the tension at the heart of forbidden archaeology. We are forced to ask uncomfortable questions. If these people were capable of constructing such sophisticated structures, what else might we be underestimating? How much knowledge has been lost, misunderstood, or deliberately marginalized? Could there have been networks of knowledge spanning vast distances, connecting disparate societies through shared engineering, astronomy, and urban planning? Each answer seems to open yet another door of uncertainty. Ultimately, the official story, the one taught in classrooms and repeated in popular histories, is insufficient. It cannot fully account for the massive earthworks of the Mississippi Valley, the precise stonework of the Andes, or the astronomical alignments scattered across continents. There is a dissonance between what we are told and what stands in front of us, a dissonance that forces us to reconsider the assumptions underpinning historical understanding. It is not enough to marvel at individual achievements, we must also question why such achievements were ignored, downplayed, or explained away for so long. As we prepare to explore these sites in detail, the goal is not to overturn history recklessly. It is to confront the evidence honestly, to follow it wherever it leads, and to acknowledge that ancient America may have been home to civilizations far more advanced than we are typically taught to believe. The earthworks, mounds, and stone complexes are not mistakes. They are not curiosities or anomalies to be tucked away at the edges of academic papers. They are enduring records of human capability, waiting for recognition, demanding our curiosity, and challenging the narrative of a past that was supposed to be simple and limited. The journey ahead is both awe-inspiring and unsettling. It is a journey through landscapes shaped by hands we may never know, through societies whose knowledge surpassed what history credits them for, and through structures that continue to defy our understanding of what should have been possible. In exploring them, we confront not only the past but our own assumptions about human potential. And as each new site emerges, each stone is examined, and each alignment is traced, the line between myth and reality begins to blur, forcing a profound reconsideration of everything we thought we knew about the ancient Americas. When we begin to step back and look at these ancient sites not as isolated anomalies but as pieces of a larger puzzle, a pattern emerges that is difficult to ignore. Across thousands of miles, from the forests of North America to the high plains of South America, we find structures that share common traits: massive scale, precise engineering, and a sophisticated understanding of astronomy and geography. At first glance, these similarities might seem coincidental, but the more we examine them, the less plausible coincidence becomes. There is a rhythm, a methodology, and a vision that appears again and again, as though these civilizations, separated by vast distances and centuries, were drawing from a shared blueprint, one that modern history insists should not exist. Consider the enormous mounds of the Mississippi Valley. Each one, whether it is the semi-elliptical ridges of Poverty Point or the stepped pyramids of Cahokia, demonstrates a knowledge of geometry and urban planning that would be remarkable for any society. The materials were local, earth, clay, timber, but the scale of construction and the precision of layout suggest careful surveying, planning, and execution. These were not impulsive or haphazard projects. They required organization, logistics, and perhaps even a centralized authority, challenging the idea that these were small, scattered communities with only rudimentary skills. Now, move south to the Andes, and the evidence becomes even more striking. At Puma Punku and Tiwanaku, the stones are massive, some weighing over 100 tons, cut and fitted with a precision that defies the supposed technological capabilities of their era. Polygons interlock so tightly that even modern tools struggle to replicate the joins. The cuts are straight, the surfaces polished, and the structures engineered to withstand centuries of seismic activity. Here, too, we see an implicit knowledge of geometry and physics, yet these civilizations are often described in the historical record as primitive or early stage, an assessment that clashes sharply with the tangible evidence before us. The pattern extends beyond stonework. Many of these sites are aligned with astronomical phenomena, solstices, equinoxes, lunar cycles, and star positions. Serpent Mound curves in perfect harmony with the setting sun during the summer solstice. The wooden circles at Cahokia function as solar calendars. Even in the Amazon, the layouts of ancient settlements and raised roads suggest a consciousness of cardinal directions and landscape features that goes far beyond mere survival needs. These repeated alignments hint at a shared or parallel understanding of the cosmos, knowledge that seems too sophisticated to emerge independently in so many locations without guidance, observation, or tradition. It is tempting to dismiss these patterns as coincidence or to attribute them to gradual, cumulative learning. Yet when we look at the scale of these projects, the precision of their execution, and the recurrence of advanced planning across continents, the coincidence theory falters. How likely is it that isolated groups of humans, separated by thousands of miles, independently discovered the same architectural solutions, the same astronomical alignments, and the same logistical techniques? The improbability forces us to consider that there may have been channels of knowledge, either lost to history or deliberately suppressed, that connected these societies in ways we do not yet fully understand. Further complicating the narrative is the question of chronology. Many of these sites predate the civilizations that are often credited with similar achievements elsewhere in the world. If the timelines are accurate, then North and South America were home to complex engineering and astronomical knowledge contemporaneously with, or even prior to, civilizations in Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Indus Valley. The implications are staggering. We are accustomed to thinking of technological progress as a linear process, building gradually and predictably. But here, the evidence suggests that humans, in multiple regions, independently reached remarkable levels of sophistication far earlier than we typically acknowledge. Another dimension of this pattern is the sheer human effort required. The construction of mounds, stone complexes, and geoglyphs was not a trivial endeavor. Millions of cubic feet of earth were moved by hand, enormous stones were quarried, transported, and precisely placed, and vast urban layouts were mapped and executed without modern surveying tools. Organizing such labor requires not only knowledge but social cohesion, shared purpose, and long-term planning. These societies were capable of mobilizing and sustaining projects over decades, possibly centuries, an accomplishment that is difficult to reconcile with the depiction of pre-Columbian populations as scattered and technologically simple. Yet perhaps the most compelling part of this emerging pattern is the interplay between visibility and concealment. Many of these megastructures are most impressive from above, or when viewed across distances that allow the geometric precision to become apparent. The Nazca lines, invisible from the ground, stretch for miles across the Peruvian desert, forming intricate figures and lines that only make sense when considered from an aerial perspective. Likewise, many mounds and earthworks form patterns that suggest they were intended to be viewed in relation to each other, or in alignment with celestial events, rather than in isolation. This implies a level of sophistication in planning, perspective, and perhaps even a worldview that we can only partially comprehend today. When we combine these elements, the scale, the engineering precision, the astronomical alignments, the labor organization, and the recurring geographic patterns, a narrative begins to take shape that challenges conventional history. These structures were not accidental or marginal. They were deliberate, coordinated, and purposeful. They were built by societies that understood principles far beyond what we usually credit them with, yet these achievements are largely absent from mainstream historical accounts. Instead, they are framed as anomalies, curiosities, or evidence of primitive ingenuity, minimizing the broader implications of the pattern. And yet, despite their magnitude, these structures are often dismissed or overlooked. Archaeological attention has historically been focused on areas considered classical, while sites in the Americas are sometimes relegated to secondary importance. Even when they are studied, findings are constrained by the expectations of prevailing narratives. When anomalies appear, explanations are often forced to fit existing frameworks rather than allowing the evidence to speak on its own terms. The result is a historical record that is incomplete, filtered, and, in some ways, self-serving. The broader pattern also raises questions about lost knowledge. If these structures reflect sophisticated understanding and social organization, then what happened to these capabilities? Why were they not passed down, expanded upon, or documented in ways that survived? Many of these civilizations experienced sudden declines, environmental changes, or societal disruptions, but the disappearance of their knowledge seems disproportionately absolute given the scale of their achievements. Their monuments remain, but the culture that built them is often treated as a footnote, a reminder that human potential can vanish faster than we are willing to acknowledge. Finally, the emerging pattern forces us to reconsider the concept of progress itself. Conventional history frames progress as a linear trajectory, moving from primitive to advanced, from simple to complex. Yet the evidence of ancient America suggests that progress is not always linear. Civilizations may rise to extraordinary levels of achievement and then decline, leaving behind enigmatic structures that challenge assumptions about capability, technology, and knowledge. The structures themselves are testimony to human ingenuity, planning, and vision, regardless of whether the society that built them has survived in memory or records. As we prepare to delve deeper into individual sites, it becomes clear that this pattern is both profound and unsettling. It is a pattern that speaks to intelligence, vision, and coordination on a scale that should have reshaped the way we understand human history. Each site, examined in isolation, is impressive. When considered together, they demand that we confront a reality that conventional narratives prefer to ignore. There is a story embedded in the landscape, written in earth and stone, one that whispers across centuries and continents, and it is a story that we are only beginning to decipher. The implications are enormous, a continent-spanning pattern of human ingenuity that challenges timelines, assumptions, and perhaps even the very foundations of what we believe about the development of civilization. This is the pattern too big to ignore. It is not only a series of coincidences but a recurring signature of human potential, a silent testament to societies capable of achievements that, according to history, should not have existed. And as we trace this pattern from one megastructure to the next, from the mounds of North America to the stone complexes of the Andes, the realization becomes unavoidable: our understanding of the past has been incomplete, filtered, and perhaps overly cautious. The evidence is there, etched in stone and earth, waiting for recognition. And recognition, once granted, forces us to confront not only the achievements of ancient Americans but also the limitations of the narratives we have long been willing to accept. Deep in the heart of the Mississippi Valley, long before Europeans set foot on the continent, there existed societies that reshaped the land on a scale and with a precision that defies conventional understanding. The mound-building cultures, which flourished for thousands of years, are often portrayed in textbooks as simple, agrarian peoples, yet the evidence tells a different story, one of ingenuity, planning, and social sophistication. These were communities capable of moving massive amounts of earth, organizing large-scale construction projects, and embedding knowledge into the landscape itself. Their achievements challenged the notion that advanced civilization only emerged in the Old World, suggesting that the Americas were home to human ingenuity of comparable magnitude, but one that has been overlooked or underestimated. The Mississippi Valley mound builders did not simply pile soil into random heaps. Their constructions reveal meticulous planning, geometric precision, and a deep understanding of both environment and purpose. Poverty Point, for instance, is structured in concentric ridges spanning over a mile in diameter. The labor required to move, shape, and compact more than 1 million cubic feet of earth without the benefit of metal tools or draft animals is staggering. Yet the work was completed, presumably by communities with no centralized state apparatus as we would understand it. Each ridge, each platform, and each embankment was carefully oriented, suggesting knowledge of cardinal directions and perhaps even astronomical events. Cultural and ceremonial significance is embedded in the architecture itself. Mounds were not merely functional, they were symbolic, social, and spiritual. They served as platforms for ceremonies, gathering spaces, and markers of societal organization. Some mounds were constructed in tiers, almost like step pyramids, while others formed geometric patterns visible only from vantage points or from above, hinting at the builder's comprehension of scale and visual impact. These were not temporary or accidental features of the landscape. They were enduring constructions meant to communicate power, belief, and identity over generations. The organizational complexity required to complete such projects is staggering. Even the simplest mound demanded the coordination of hundreds, if not thousands, of laborers. Soil had to be collected, transported, and layered in a specific manner to ensure structural integrity. Community resources had to be mobilized in a sustained effort, indicating a level of social cohesion and leadership that was sophisticated and nuanced. Planning alone would have required forethought across decades, perhaps generations, a concept that challenges the assumption that these were small, transient settlements incapable of long-term vision. Beyond the engineering, these cultures exhibit an intimate knowledge of their environment. Mounds were often constructed in harmony with natural features, rivers, hills, and floodplains, suggesting practical wisdom in land management. Waterways were utilized for transportation, trade, and communication, while the placement of mounds may have served as flood mitigation or strategic vantage points. The integration of natural landscapes with human construction indicates a civilization attuned to ecological balance, far beyond what the term primitive would imply. Archaeological evidence further complicates the narrative. Tools, artifacts, and remnants of daily life show craftsmanship and material understanding that rival contemporaneous societies elsewhere. Stone tools, pottery, and ornaments reflect specialized skills and aesthetic sensibilities. The labor required to construct monumental mounds is complemented by the simultaneous development of cultural and artistic expression. This was not a society solely focused on survival or labor, it was one that nurtured creativity, spirituality, and social structure alongside technological and organizational capability. Yet much of this knowledge has been marginalized. For centuries, historians and archaeologists framed these societies within a narrow lens, emphasizing simplicity and attributing complexity to later influences or hypothetical external contacts. This bias obscures the reality. The mound builders achieved what modern observers might assume impossible without metal tools or written instructions. The sheer scale and precision of their constructions demand recognition of planning, coordination, and intellectual capability that is often understated in mainstream narratives. The spatial arrangement of these mounds also suggests a degree of cultural continuity and interconnectivity. Sites like Cahokia, Etowah, Moundville, and Spiro are spread across vast distances, yet display similarities in design, orientation, and purpose. This points to the possibility of cultural exchange, shared knowledge, or even common ceremonial traditions that spanned regions. Communication across these distances would have required sophisticated social networks, reinforcing the idea that these were not isolated, primitive groups but parts of complex societal webs. Astronomical knowledge appears to have been a subtle yet profound element in mound construction. Certain mounds align with solar, lunar, or stellar events, implying careful observation of the heavens. These alignments were not decorative, they may have dictated agricultural cycles, ceremonial calendars, or spiritual observances. Understanding celestial patterns to this degree without written records or advanced instrumentation underscores the intellectual sophistication of these cultures. It also raises questions about the transfer of knowledge. How did these societies develop and maintain such accurate observations over generations? The labor required to sustain these constructions cannot be underestimated. Moving earth without wheels, draft animals, or modern machinery would have required innovative techniques, collective effort, and extensive planning. Evidence of ramps, terraces, and layered embankments suggests that mound builders developed methods to maximize efficiency and stability. These methods may have been refined over generations, indicating institutional knowledge and the passing of technical expertise, concepts often overlooked in discussions of primitive societies. Moreover, the mounds were centers of social and political activity, reflecting a stratified yet organized society. The largest mounds likely signified authority, ceremonial leadership, or communal gathering points, suggesting the existence of social hierarchies and governance structures. This complicates the assumption that these were egalitarian, unstructured groups. Leadership, decision-making, and collective action were evidently critical components of their society, as is evident from the scale and precision of their architectural feats. The endurance of these structures speaks to the builder's understanding of materials, construction techniques, and environmental challenges. Many mounds have survived for thousands of years despite floods, erosion, and human activity. Such durability indicates not just labor and effort but a sophisticated knowledge of engineering principles. Soil compaction, drainage, and layering demonstrate trial, error, and refinement, a long-term commitment to knowledge transfer and practical problem solving. Equally important is the cultural legacy these mounds represent. They were not mere functional constructions, they were statements of identity, cosmology, and communal purpose. Ceremonial centers, residential platforms, and trade hubs were integrated into these landscapes, creating a complex interplay between physical space and societal structure. In their placement and design, mounds communicated messages about hierarchy, spirituality, and communal values that transcend simple survival or utility. Despite the magnitude of these achievements, mainstream narratives have often diminished their significance. The term primitive persists, applied to communities capable of moving millions of cubic feet of earth and orchestrating large-scale construction projects with precision. Archaeological interpretations frequently focus on comparison to old-world civilizations, framing mound-building cultures as derivative or isolated curiosities rather than innovators in their own right. This perspective underestimates the intellectual, social, and technical sophistication required to accomplish what these societies did. The evidence is not limited to physical constructions. Artifacts, ceremonial objects, and settlement patterns demonstrate coordinated economic activity, trade networks, and technological innovation. Mound-building societies engaged in long-distance exchange, material specialization, and ritualized practices that reinforced social cohesion and knowledge transmission. This integration of labor, artistry, governance, and environmental mastery paints a picture of cultures that were sophisticated, adaptive, and capable of long-term planning on a scale that should command recognition. Ultimately, the Mississippi Valley mounds and their builders force a reconsideration of what ancient America truly looked like. These societies were not static or simplistic. They were dynamic, capable of engineering feats that rival the great civilizations of the Old World. They observed the heavens, shaped the land, and coordinated labor with astonishing effectiveness. Their legacies endure, etched into the landscape, inviting us to reconsider assumptions, confront biases, and acknowledge that the story of ancient America is far richer, more complex, and more extraordinary than we have been led to believe. The mounds, earthworks, and ceremonial centers are not just remnants of a forgotten past. They are evidence of a people who understood complexity, value, and vision in ways that challenge the conventional timeline of human achievement. Their accomplishments demand recognition, not only for the labor they required but for the intellect, organization, and foresight they reveal. To study them is to confront the uncomfortable truth that ancient America may have been home to some of the most sophisticated societies in human history, societies whose knowledge and capability continue to challenge, and perhaps even surpass, the assumptions we hold about the civilizations of the distant past. High on a ridge in southern Ohio, a winding, sinuous monument stretches across the landscape, its curves following the contours of the earth as if it were alive, breathing with the land itself. Known as Serpent Mound, this extraordinary creation confounds modern understanding, both for its scale and its precision. The earthwork forms a coiled serpent, complete with a spiraling tail and an open mouth, seemingly poised in eternal vigilance. Measuring over 1,300 feet from head to tail, the mound is composed of carefully placed soil, built up to create the illusion of movement, a three-dimensional sculpture carved from the land. Standing before it, one is struck not only by the skill required to create such a structure but by the knowledge and intent embedded within every curve and angle. Serpent Mound's significance extends far beyond artistry. It appears to align with key astronomical events. Scholars have noted that certain parts of the mound correspond to solstices, particularly the summer solstice sunset, suggesting that its creators understood the sun's annual path with remarkable accuracy. These alignments were unlikely accidental, they imply careful observation, long-term tracking of celestial patterns, and the integration of that knowledge into construction practices. This is not merely decorative earthwork, it is a physical embodiment of astronomical understanding, a monument that merges science, spirituality, and social organization. The engineering challenges alone are staggering. Moving the amount of soil required to create Serpent Mound, forming it with such precise curves, and ensuring structural stability over centuries would have demanded extraordinary planning and labor. The builders had no modern tools, no surveying instruments, no written calculations to guide them. Yet they achieved a form that conveys motion and intention, suggesting a level of sophistication in both technique and conceptualization that modern engineers would find difficult to replicate without advanced equipment. The mound itself becomes a testament to ingenuity, a tangible record of human capability that defies the assumptions of technological simplicity traditionally assigned to these societies. Even more intriguing is the way Serpent Mound engages with the landscape. Unlike simple mounds or geometric earthworks, its design seems to respond to the topography of the hill, the flow of natural ridges, and the broader environment. The serpent twists and coils in harmony with the terrain, its sinuous body accentuated by natural slopes and contours. This interaction suggests a deep understanding of the environment and an aesthetic sensibility that blends symbolism with geography. The creators were not only engineers but artists in a holistic sense, integrating visual, spatial, and cosmic awareness into a single monumental work. Beyond the mound itself, the surrounding area adds layers of mystery. Archaeological surveys have revealed additional earthworks, ceremonial sites, and artifacts that hint at a sophisticated culture with social hierarchies, ritual practices, and long-distance connections. These peripheral findings suggest that Serpent Mound was not an isolated project but part of a larger cultural landscape, a hub of spiritual and social activity. The placement and orientation of the mound likely had ritual significance, marking gatherings, seasonal events, or spiritual ceremonies that reinforced community cohesion and cosmological understanding. Dating Serpent Mound has proven notoriously difficult, adding another layer of intrigue. Radiocarbon analysis of nearby sites has produced a range of estimates, from as early as 1000 BCE to as late as 1200 CE. This wide range raises uncomfortable questions. Was the mound built by a single culture over a short period, or was it modified and maintained across centuries by successive groups? The ambiguity challenges assumptions about linear cultural development and continuity, suggesting instead that the mound may have been a focal point for generations, a living structure that evolved alongside the societies that revered it. The serpent itself is a powerful symbol, recurring across cultures worldwide, often associated with life, death, fertility, and cosmic cycles. Within the context of ancient America, the choice of the serpent may carry similarly profound meaning, encoding spiritual and cosmological concepts into the landscape. Unlike symbolic art that can be drawn or painted, Serpent Mound occupies the land itself, creating a lasting impression that communicates meaning across centuries. It is both a monument and a message, inviting those who encounter it to ponder not just its construction but the worldview of its creators. What makes Serpent Mound even more remarkable is how its existence clashes with conventional historical timelines. The level of astronomical precision, the scale of construction, and the integration of environmental and spiritual knowledge challenge the assumptions often applied to pre-Columbian societies in North America. Historians have long depicted these societies as technologically limited, yet Serpent Mound embodies understanding that rivals or surpasses what many civilizations elsewhere achieved at the same time. It forces a reconsideration of what knowledge these people possessed, how it was developed, and how it was transmitted across generations. The labor organization required to build Serpent Mound is another dimension that underscores sophistication. Coordinating the movement of earth, ensuring consistency of form, and planning for long-term durability would have required a structured social system. Leaders, planners, and skilled workers likely collaborated over extended periods, managing resources and human capital with a level of coordination that belies the label, primitive. The mound stands as evidence that these societies were capable not only of complex ritual expression but of large-scale, intentional engineering projects. Furthermore, Serpent Mound challenges assumptions about visibility and perspective. From the ground, the full shape of the serpent is difficult to discern. It is only from elevated points, or perhaps even from a conceptual aerial perspective, that the design's full magnitude is apparent. This suggests that the builders were thinking beyond immediate human perception, incorporating spatial awareness that transcended the ordinary viewpoint. Such consideration implies abstract thinking and planning on a scale rarely attributed to societies traditionally considered simple or isolated. Even today, Serpent Mound evokes awe and speculation. Archaeologists, historians, and visitors alike are struck by its elegance, precision, and enduring presence. Questions linger: how did these people measure and plan with such accuracy? What rituals or observations guided the construction? Why choose this location, this form, and these alignments? Each layer of inquiry deepens the mystery rather than resolving it, revealing the mound as both a product of human skill and a challenge to our understanding of ancient America. In the broader context of prehistoric North America, Serpent Mound is part of a continuum of monumental construction, including the mounds of Cahokia, Newark, and Hopewell sites. While each site is unique, they share commonalities in purpose, scale, and integration with astronomy and geography. This continuum points to a sophisticated knowledge network across regions, suggesting that these cultures were not isolated but engaged in shared traditions of engineering, ritual, and observation. Serpent Mound, in its sinuous elegance, embodies this network and crystallizes the intellectual and spiritual sophistication of its creators. Finally, the mound's endurance through centuries of natural erosion, agriculture, and development underscores the builder's skill and foresight. The form has persisted, remarkably intact, long enough for modern society to witness and study it. It is a testament not only to labor and technique but to vision, the ability to conceive a monumental work that transcends individual lifetimes and communicates across centuries. The serpent coils eternally, a guardian of knowledge, a symbol of continuity, and a reminder that the civilizations of ancient America were capable of wonders that continue to challenge our assumptions about the past. Serpent Mound is more than earth and soil, it is a bridge between worlds, a physical manifestation of observation, devotion, and intellect. It demands recognition, respect, and careful study. And as we follow the trail of similar structures across the continent, it becomes clear that Serpent Mound is not an anomaly but a beacon, pointing to a history far more complex, interconnected, and extraordinary than conventional narratives have allowed us to imagine. It is a silent, sinuous witness to the capabilities of a people whose knowledge was vast, whose vision was enduring, and whose legacy continues to inspire wonder and curiosity millennia later. In the heart of the Mississippi Valley, overlooking the floodplains of the Illinois River, lies a city that once rivaled the capitals of Europe in scale, sophistication, and complexity. Cahokia, often described simply as a mound-building settlement, was far more than that. It was a thriving metropolis, home to tens of thousands of people at its peak, flourishing centuries before European explorers would even set foot on the continent. Walking through its remnants today, it is difficult not to feel the weight of its past, to sense the lives, ambitions, and intellect of the people who created it. And yet, in spite of its size and significance, Cahokia is often relegated to the margins of mainstream historical narratives, overshadowed by civilizations thousands of miles away. The sheer scale of Cahokia is staggering. Monk's Mound, the city's largest earthwork, rises over 100 feet high and covers 14 acres at its base. It is constructed of layers upon layers of soil, carefully compacted to ensure stability, a process that likely took generations to complete. Surrounding this central pyramid are dozens of smaller mounds, plazas, and residential areas, all laid out with geometric precision. Streets and pathways connect these areas in an organized grid-like pattern, hinting at urban planning principles that modern cities would envy. The city was not a haphazard cluster of dwellings but a planned and coordinated community, a hub of social, political, and ceremonial life. Cahokia's population is estimated to have peaked at around 20,000 to 40,000 people, making it one of the largest cities in the world during its time. To sustain such a population required sophisticated agricultural practices, long-distance trade networks, and a social organization capable of coordinating resources and labor on a massive scale. Fields had to be cultivated, food stored, and surplus managed to prevent famine. Artisans, laborers, and leaders had to work in tandem, not just for survival but to maintain the monumental constructions that defined the city's landscape. This level of coordination suggests a society with a complex hierarchy, specialized roles, and long-term planning, all qualities that challenge traditional perceptions of pre-Columbian North America. The city's layout reveals an intimate understanding of both environment and symbolism. Open plazas provided space for ceremonies, gatherings, and markets, while mounds served as platforms for elite residences or religious structures. Some mounds appear to have been constructed with astronomical alignment in mind, mirroring the movements of the sun and the moon. The spatial arrangement of the city was not arbitrary, it communicated social hierarchy, cosmological knowledge, and cultural values. Each structure, each pathway, and each plaza was a deliberate choice, reflecting the intellect and vision of its builders. The scale and precision of the construction suggest that Cahokia's society possessed knowledge that extends far beyond rudimentary tools or techniques. Monk's Mound alone required the transportation and layering of hundreds of thousands of cubic feet of soil, with careful attention to compaction, drainage, and stability. There were no wheeled vehicles, draft animals, or metal implements. Labor was coordinated through sheer organization, shared purpose, and sustained effort across generations. The logistical and engineering challenges alone indicate an advanced understanding of construction principles, an understanding often underestimated in conventional historical accounts. Trade and connectivity played a critical role in Cahokia's prominence. Artifacts found at the site reveal goods sourced from hundreds of miles away, including copper from the Great Lakes, shells from the Gulf Coast, and stones from distant quarries. This suggests a network of trade routes, cultural exchange, and economic activity that linked Cahokia to a broader regional system. It was not an isolated city but a hub of interaction, where ideas, materials, and technologies circulated, reinforcing the complexity and sophistication of its society. Religious and ceremonial life also appears to have been central to Cahokia's culture. Many mounds were likely used for ritual purposes, with evidence of structures and artifacts suggesting ceremonies that reinforced social cohesion and cosmological understanding. The city's layout, with central plazas and mounds oriented in relation to celestial events, hints at a society deeply attuned to the rhythms of nature and the cosmos. The integration of spiritual, social, and practical functions in the city's design demonstrates a holistic understanding of society, one that blends utility with symbolism, and earth with sky. Cahokia's sudden decline adds another layer of mystery. Around the 13th century, the city was largely abandoned, its population dispersing, leaving the monumental mounds behind as silent witnesses to its former glory. Scholars debate the causes: environmental changes, resource depletion, social upheaval, or conflict may have contributed, but no definitive explanation exists. The disappearance of such a sophisticated society, capable of engineering, governance, and trade on a large scale, raises questions about the fragility of even the most advanced human systems. Yet the legacy remains, etched in the landscape, waiting to be deciphered by those willing to study it carefully. Despite its importance, Cahokia has historically received less attention than contemporary Old World civilizations. European cities and structures are often celebrated, while the achievements of North American societies are marginalized. This bias is not due to a lack of evidence. Cahokia's mounds, artifacts, and urban planning are tangible, measurable, and undeniable. Instead, it reflects long-standing assumptions about technological development, societal complexity, and the capabilities of indigenous populations. Recognizing Cahokia for what it was, a city of scale, sophistication, and vision, forces a re-evaluation of these assumptions. Archaeological studies have continued to uncover new insights about the city. Remote sensing technologies, soil analysis, and careful excavation reveal previously hidden structures, roads, and plazas, illustrating the extent of planning and organization involved. Each discovery reinforces the idea that Cahokia was a living, evolving city, one that required knowledge, foresight, and coordination beyond what is often credited to pre-Columbian societies. The complexity is not confined to the largest mounds, it permeates the entire city, from residential clusters to ceremonial centers, revealing a society that understood the intricate interplay of human needs, social order, and cosmological significance. Cahokia challenges our understanding of civilization itself. It shows that advanced urban planning, monumental architecture, social stratification, and astronomical knowledge were not limited to the Old World. It forces us to reconsider timelines, achievements, and the definitions we use to measure complexity. Here, in the heart of North America, a society flourished that rivaled European cities in both scale and sophistication, yet its story has been obscured, diminished, and often overlooked. Standing among the remnants of Cahokia today, the scale of the city is humbling. One can imagine the laborers carrying soil, the leaders coordinating efforts, and the citizens participating in daily life amid the mounds, plazas, and pathways. There is an overwhelming sense of presence, a reminder that this was not an accidental cluster of dwellings but a deliberate, organized, and visionary society. The city embodies the intersection of human ambition, knowledge, and cooperation, a testament to what is possible when vision and labor converge over generations. Cahokia's enduring legacy lies not only in its physical remains but in the questions it forces us to ask. How did these people organize such a vast labor force without modern tools? How did they sustain large populations, manage resources, and coordinate construction over decades or centuries? How did they integrate social, spiritual, and practical knowledge into the city's design? Each answer uncovers more complexity, deepening the mystery and compelling a re-evaluation of the conventional narrative about pre-Columbian North America. Ultimately, Cahokia is a city that refuses to be simplified. It is a metropolis built with intention, intelligence, and care, a civilization that challenges our assumptions about the past and illuminates the capabilities of its people. Its mounds, plazas, and pathways speak of vision, organization, and knowledge, offering a glimpse into a world where human potential was expressed on an extraordinary scale. To study Cahokia is to confront a past that is far richer, more sophisticated, and more astonishing than we have been led to believe, a past that continues to inspire awe, curiosity, and a profound respect for the ingenuity of its creators. High in the Andes, far from the river valleys of North America, lies a city of stone that continues to defy explanation, Tiwanaku. Situated near the southern shores of Lake Titicaca, this ancient metropolis rises from the high-altitude plains, its massive stone structures weathered by centuries yet still remarkable in scale and precision. For decades, scholars have struggled to reconcile the achievements of Tiwanaku with the accepted timeline of technological and societal development in pre-Columbian South America. The city challenges assumptions about human ingenuity, engineering, and cultural complexity in ways that are profoundly unsettling for those who cling to traditional historical narratives. Tiwanaku was not a modest settlement. Its monumental architecture, including the iconic Acapana Pyramid, the semi-subterranean Temple of Kalasasaya, and the intricately carved Gateway of the Sun, reflects a society with an extraordinary understanding of construction, astronomy, and social organization. The Acapana Pyramid alone rises tens of meters above the surrounding plains, built from precisely cut stone blocks arranged in a layered, step-like structure. Unlike earthen mounds in North America, these stones were quarried, shaped, and transported with an expertise that suggests advanced engineering skills. Even today, moving and placing stones of such size and weight would be a formidable task, raising questions about the methods employed by a society with no known use of wheeled transport or draft animals. The precision of Tiwanaku's stonework is staggering. Blocks are cut with geometric exactness, some with interlocking shapes that fit together so tightly that even a razor blade cannot pass between them. Some of the stones feature intricate carvings, not only decorative but likely symbolic, representing celestial events, cosmological beliefs, and cultural narratives. These carvings demonstrate an understanding of both artistry and geometry that surpasses what one would expect from a society traditionally labeled as prehistoric. The precision, scale, and durability of the stone structures indicate a mastery of tools, materials, and techniques that remains difficult to replicate even with modern equipment. Tiwanaku's urban layout further underscores its sophistication. The city is organized along a carefully planned grid, with ceremonial centers, plazas, and residential sectors arranged in alignment with cardinal directions and astronomical phenomena. This suggests an intentional integration of urban planning with cosmology, reflecting a worldview in which architecture, society, and the heavens were interconnected. Scholars have noted alignments with solstices, equinoxes, and key star positions, indicating that Tiwanaku's builders observed the cosmos meticulously and incorporated this knowledge into their constructions. The city itself becomes a living map of both the land and the sky, a testament to intellectual depth and cultural vision. Water management was another area in which Tiwanaku demonstrated remarkable ingenuity. The high-altitude environment of the Altiplano presents challenges: limited rainfall, fluctuating temperatures, and the need to sustain large populations in a harsh climate. The city's architects engineered extensive canal systems, raised fields, and reservoirs to manage water flow, improve agriculture, and mitigate flooding. These constructions were not merely functional, they were carefully designed to integrate with the landscape, balancing efficiency with sustainability. The raised fields, or succa, allowed crops to thrive in frost-prone areas by moderating temperature and moisture, reflecting an intimate understanding of environmental engineering. Trade and resource networks were equally sophisticated. Archaeological evidence shows that Tiwanaku had access to a wide array of materials sourced from distant regions. Stones were transported from quarries tens of kilometers away, exotic metals and shells reached the city from coastal and highland regions, and textiles indicate a thriving craft economy. This level of organization and resource management points to a society with administrative structures capable of coordinating long-distance transport, skilled labor, and economic specialization, challenging assumptions that pre-Columbian South American societies were isolated or technologically limited. Cultural and ceremonial life permeated Tiwanaku's urban design. The Gateway of the Sun, carved from a single stone monolith, depicts complex iconography associated with deities, cosmology, and political power. Temples, plazas, and ceremonial platforms facilitated rituals that reinforced social cohesion and hierarchy. These constructions were not mere symbols, they were active centers of cultural expression, combining architecture, astronomy, and spirituality into a cohesive societal framework. Tiwanaku's urban and ceremonial planning reveals an understanding of social dynamics, ritual significance, and collective identity that few contemporary civilizations could match. Despite these extraordinary achievements, the origins and decline of Tiwanaku remain enigmatic. Carbon dating, stratigraphic analysis, and architectural studies provide only partial answers. Estimates suggest the city reached its zenith around 500 to 1000 CE, yet questions linger about how knowledge, labor, and materials were coordinated to sustain such monumental projects. The decline of Tiwanaku, like that of many ancient cities, may have been influenced by climate change, agricultural challenges, or internal social dynamics, but the details remain uncertain. The city's disappearance, leaving behind massive stone works without the society that created them, amplifies the mystery and underscores the fragility of even highly organized civilizations. One of the most perplexing aspects of Tiwanaku is the sheer technical skill demonstrated in its stonework. The blocks are often massive, some weighing over 100 tons, with joints and surfaces cut with precision that challenges modern assumptions about ancient tools. Questions persist about how these stones were quarried, shaped, and transported without machinery, wheels, or draft animals. Hypotheses range from sophisticated use of levers and ramps to techniques that remain speculative, but the fact remains, Tiwanaku's builders achieved results that continue to astonish engineers and archaeologists alike. Furthermore, the cultural continuity between Tiwanaku and later civilizations, such as the Inca, hints at the enduring influence of knowledge and practices developed in the city. While the Inca built upon these foundations, Tiwanaku's innovations in agriculture, urban planning, and monumental architecture demonstrate that advanced societal development in South America predates what is often emphasized in mainstream history. The city was not an isolated experiment but a central node in a broader network of cultural and technological exchange that shaped the region for centuries. Tiwanaku challenges the linear narratives of progress often applied to ancient societies. Its monumental constructions, urban planning, astronomical alignments, and environmental engineering illustrate a civilization operating at a level of sophistication frequently reserved for the great civilizations of the Old World. Yet it thrived thousands of miles from Mesopotamia, Egypt, or the Indus Valley, independently developing knowledge and techniques that rivaled or exceeded contemporary achievements elsewhere. The city's accomplishments force a reconsideration of what constitutes advanced society and how we measure human ingenuity. In essence, Tiwanaku is both a city and a puzzle. Its stones, streets, and ceremonial platforms embody knowledge, ambition, and social organization, yet the people who created it remain partially obscured by time. Each discovery, from precise stone joints to raised agricultural fields, raises new questions about capability, intention, and lost knowledge. The city is a testament to the sophistication of human societies in pre-Columbian South America and a challenge to historians, archaeologists, and the broader public to rethink what we assume about technological and cultural development in the ancient Americas. Standing among the ruins today, one cannot help but feel the scale, precision, and vision of Tiwanaku's builders. The city communicates not only through its architecture but through the very land it occupies, reflecting an intimate understanding of environment, society, and cosmos. Tiwanaku compels us to confront uncomfortable questions about human capability, historical narrative, and lost knowledge. It is more than a collection of ruins, it is a living testament to a civilization whose ingenuity continues to astonish, inspire, and challenge our understanding of the ancient world. In tracing the legacy of Tiwanaku, we begin to see a pattern emerging across the Americas, societies capable of monumental construction, astronomical observation, and complex social organization long before European contact. The city is not an anomaly but part of a continuum of achievements that challenge conventional timelines and assumptions about technological and intellectual capacity. Tiwanaku stands as a reminder that human history is far more intricate, sophisticated, and astonishing than textbooks often suggest, and that the civilizations of the Americas were among the most advanced and visionary the world has ever known. Farther south, in the high plains of Bolivia, lies Puma Punku, a site that has confounded archaeologists, engineers, and historians alike for decades. Part of the greater Tiwanaku complex, Puma Punku stands out not merely for its size but for the astonishing precision and sophistication of its stonework. Visitors to the site are immediately struck by the scale, massive stone blocks, some weighing more than 100 tons, arranged in complex patterns with geometric exactness. The stones interlock with such precision that even modern machinery would struggle to replicate the joints. Every block, every cut, every angle reflects intentionality, calculation, and knowledge that seems far beyond the capabilities traditionally attributed to pre-Columbian South American societies. Puma Punku's construction challenges conventional explanations at every turn. The stones are not only massive but precisely cut, with straight edges, sharp angles, and perfectly flat surfaces. Some blocks feature H-shaped interlocking designs, forming structural connections so precise that gaps smaller than a millimeter are impossible to detect without close inspection. These interlocking stones provided stability to structures built on uneven terrain and allowed the builders to withstand seismic activity common in the region. The engineering knowledge required to design and execute such features is remarkable, yet there is no evidence of tools comparable to modern steel instruments. How these stones were quarried, transported, and positioned remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of ancient architecture. The scale of labor involved in constructing Puma Punku is staggering. Each massive stone had to be extracted from quarries located several kilometers away, shaped with precise angles, and transported across rugged terrain. Without wheels, draft animals, or advanced machinery, this feat suggests highly organized labor, sophisticated logistical planning, and perhaps innovative techniques that we have yet to fully comprehend. The project would have required long-term coordination, specialized knowledge, and social cohesion, pointing to a civilization that valued both technical mastery and collective effort. What makes Puma Punku even more perplexing is the apparent knowledge of advanced geometry and measurement systems. Many stones display right angles, parallel edges, and exact ratios that indicate the use of mathematical principles in their creation. Some researchers have suggested that the builders employed tools or measurement techniques now lost to history, allowing them to achieve uniformity across enormous blocks. Others speculate that the site reflects a level of abstract thinking and design sophistication that challenges the notion of primitive cultures. Regardless of the method, the result is a site that continues to astonish even the most experienced modern engineers. The stone blocks themselves are varied in material and origin. Some are sandstone, while others are andesite, quarried from distant locations. Transporting stones of such weight and size over several kilometers, often across uneven terrain and steep slopes, demonstrates not just physical labor but ingenuity in problem-solving. The alignment and assembly of these blocks indicate forethought and planning on a scale that extends beyond immediate construction needs. Each stone's placement had to consider load-bearing capacity, interlocking function, and the overall design of the structure. The precision achieved in these placements defies conventional explanations and invites speculation about lost technologies or knowledge systems. Beyond engineering, Puma Punku may have held significant cultural and spiritual importance. Its location, orientation, and relationship to the larger Tiwanaku complex suggest ceremonial or cosmological functions. The precise alignment of certain structures with cardinal directions and astronomical phenomena hints at a society deeply attuned to celestial cycles. Ritual and social activities may have been integrated into the urban design, reinforcing hierarchy, cultural identity, and cosmological beliefs. The site is not merely an architectural wonder, it is a manifestation of knowledge, belief, and societal cohesion, embedded into the very landscape. Scholars have long debated the purpose of Puma Punku. Some suggest it was a ceremonial center, a place for elites to conduct rituals or for the population to gather during significant events. Others propose it served as a hub for administrative or logistical functions, managing resources, labor, and trade across the Tiwanaku civilization. The truth may encompass multiple functions, blending practicality, spirituality, and social order. What is indisputable, however, is that the level of planning and skill required to create Puma Punku far exceeds what would be expected from a society with no written language or metal tools, at least according to conventional historical accounts. Puma Punku also raises profound questions about the continuity and transmission of knowledge. The techniques used in the site are not replicated widely elsewhere, suggesting specialized expertise preserved within a small group or guild. How was this knowledge taught, maintained, and applied across generations? How did such precision and scale survive without formal documentation, tools, or written records? These questions challenge assumptions about the development and preservation of technological skills in ancient societies. The collapse or abandonment of Puma Punku, like Tiwanaku as a whole, adds another layer of mystery. Environmental changes, social upheaval, or shifts in political power may have contributed to the city's decline, yet the technical knowledge embedded in the site did not survive in the same form. The stones remain, but the culture that created them faded, leaving behind a monumental puzzle. The site's endurance across centuries, despite abandonment and natural decay, speaks to the builder's understanding of materials, structural engineering, and longevity. It is a silent testament to skill, foresight, and human capability. One of the most compelling aspects of Puma Punku is its challenge to establish timelines of human development. Traditional narratives often assume that advanced engineering and architectural sophistication emerged gradually, originating in Old World civilizations. Yet here, thousands of miles away, in a high-altitude region with limited technology, we find evidence of precise construction, advanced geometry, and massive labor organization centuries before or concurrent with similar Old World achievements. The implications are profound. Human ingenuity is not geographically constrained, and the historical record may underestimate the capabilities of pre-Columbian societies. The mystery deepens when considering the tools, or apparent lack thereof, used in construction. The precision cuts, smooth surfaces, and complex joints suggest methods beyond rudimentary stone tools. Scholars speculate about the use of abrasives, hammering techniques, or other lost technologies, yet no definitive evidence has surfaced. The ingenuity required to shape and assemble these stones with such accuracy underscores a level of craftsmanship and problem-solving that is extraordinary by any measure. Puma Punku's enduring enigma lies not only in its engineering feats but in its broader implications. The site demonstrates that ancient Americans were capable of monumental construction, advanced mathematics, and sophisticated planning, challenging conventional assumptions of technological progression. The stones, precise and enduring, communicate knowledge and intent across centuries, inviting modern observers to reconsider the intellectual, social, and spiritual sophistication of the civilization that built them. Standing among the scattered stones today, one cannot help but feel the scale of human effort, vision, and ingenuity that went into Puma Punku. Each block, each joint, and each alignment reflects deliberate design, collective labor, and cultural significance. The site is both a marvel of engineering and a challenge to the historical narrative, demanding recognition of human capability that predates or parallels that of Old World civilizations. Puma Punku is not just an archaeological site, it is a profound statement of human potential, creativity, and knowledge, preserved in stone for millennia, waiting for us to acknowledge its true significance. As we continue to explore the mysteries of Puma Punku, it becomes clear that this site is part of a broader pattern across the Americas: monumental constructions, astronomical knowledge, and sophisticated engineering that challenge conventional timelines and assumptions. Puma Punku stands as a stark reminder that ancient societies were capable of extraordinary feats, and that our understanding of human history remains incomplete. Its stones speak a language of ingenuity and foresight, inviting us to question what we know about the past, and to wonder what other marvels remain hidden, waiting to be discovered. Nestled within the dense forests and rugged terrain of the Amazon basin, an area often dismissed as inhospitable to large-scale human settlement, lies evidence of civilizations far more complex than previously imagined. Recent archaeological discoveries have begun to challenge long-held assumptions that the Amazon was a pristine wilderness sparsely populated by nomadic groups. Instead, the evidence points to extensive networks of settlements, raised roads, canals, and geometric earthworks, suggesting that the Amazon was home to sophisticated, organized societies capable of engineering and landscape modification on a scale that rivals more traditionally recognized civilizations. These findings force a radical re-evaluation of pre-Columbian history and raise profound questions about human capability, adaptation, and ingenuity in challenging environments. The scale of Amazonian constructions is staggering. Researchers have uncovered hundreds of geoglyphs, large, geometric earthworks carved into the forest floor, often forming squares, circles, and other precise patterns visible from elevated viewpoints. These shapes are not random, they are clearly intentional, with alignments that suggest ceremonial or cosmological significance. Some of these structures are enormous, spanning hundreds of meters, and appear to have been constructed over decades, if not centuries. The sheer labor involved in clearing land, shaping earth, and maintaining these sites under tropical conditions points to a level of organization and social cohesion previously unrecognized in the region. Equally remarkable are the sophisticated infrastructure systems that supported these settlements. Archaeologists have discovered raised roads, known as causeways, which allowed transportation and trade across seasonally flooded areas. Canals and reservoirs indicate advanced water management techniques, designed to control flooding, irrigate crops, and facilitate transportation. These features reveal a deep understanding of environmental engineering and adaptation, demonstrating that Amazonian societies were not passive occupants of the land but active manipulators of their environment, capable of modifying it to meet agricultural, logistical, and societal needs. Evidence of complex settlement patterns challenges the traditional narrative of dispersed, simple societies. Numerous interconnected villages have been identified, often arranged around plazas, ceremonial centers, and defensive structures. This spatial organization suggests a high degree of planning and coordination, with social hierarchies, specialized labor, and communal governance structures likely necessary to sustain the population. The presence of trade goods, pottery, and ornamental artifacts further indicates economic and cultural networks that connected distant communities across the Amazon basin. Far from being isolated or technologically limited, these societies were deeply interconnected and culturally sophisticated. Agriculture in the Amazon was far more advanced than previously recognized. Studies of soil composition, including the discovery of terra preta, or black earth, reveal highly fertile, human-engineered soils created through deliberate addition of charcoal, organic matter, and minerals. These soils could sustain dense populations and intensive farming, even in regions that would otherwise be poor in nutrients. This knowledge of soil enhancement and long-term fertility management demonstrates an advanced understanding of agronomy, ecology, and sustainable land use. It also highlights the ingenuity of Amazonian societies in adapting to one of the world's most challenging environments for large-scale agriculture. The ceremonial and cosmological significance of Amazonian earthworks cannot be understated. Many geoglyphs are aligned with cardinal directions, solstices, and other celestial events, suggesting that astronomical observation was integral to social, religious, and agricultural life. The patterns and arrangements indicate a sophisticated symbolic language, embedding spiritual and cultural meaning into the landscape itself. This aligns with broader patterns observed in other ancient American megastructures, suggesting that knowledge of astronomy and its integration into society was a widespread phenomenon across the continent. The complexity of labor organization required for these constructions is profound. Clearing dense rainforest, shaping soil for geoglyphs or roads, and maintaining canals and terraces would have required coordinated effort among large groups, likely under the direction of social or political leaders. The scale and precision of these projects imply not only knowledge but also governance, planning, and long-term vision. These were societies capable of mobilizing resources, labor, and technical skill to create enduring monuments, much like the mound-building cultures of North America or the stonework of Tiwanaku and Pumapunku in the Andes. The implications of these findings extend beyond the Amazon itself. They challenge the long-standing assumption that complex civilizations were confined to river valleys, plains, or temperate regions. The presence of advanced infrastructure, dense settlements, and engineered soils in one of the most challenging ecological zones on Earth suggests that human ingenuity can thrive under extreme conditions, given knowledge, organization, and environmental understanding. It raises the possibility that the Americas as a whole hosted a network of sophisticated societies, each adapting to local conditions while sharing broader technological, astronomical, and social knowledge. Furthermore, the Amazonian earthworks challenge the linear narrative of human progress. Traditional history often frames pre-Columbian South American societies as developing gradually from small, scattered communities to larger states, culminating in civilizations like the Inca. Yet the evidence in the Amazon indicates that advanced social organization, engineering, and environmental mastery existed long before the rise of these centralized states. It suggests that knowledge and capability may have been widespread, sophisticated, and in some cases lost or fragmented over time due to environmental changes, European contact, or social disruption. The preservation of these structures presents another layer of intrigue. Many geoglyphs and roads are visible only through aerial or satellite imaging, having been reclaimed in part by dense vegetation. This raises questions about intentionality. Were these structures designed to be experienced from a higher vantage, or is that perspective merely a modern discovery? Either way, it reflects a level of abstraction and conceptual thinking in the builders, demonstrating an awareness of scale, perspective, and spatial organization that aligns with other complex megastructures across the Americas. The discovery of artifacts in these settlements further supports the notion of a highly sophisticated culture. Pottery, tools, and ornamental objects suggest specialization, craftsmanship, and artistic expression. Trade networks likely facilitated the movement of materials, ideas, and cultural practices across the region. Combined with monumental earthworks and engineered soils, these findings paint a picture of societies that were not only technically capable but also culturally rich and intellectually vibrant. Paleoenvironmental studies reveal that these civilizations existed for centuries, maintaining sustainable agricultural practices and settlement systems that could support large populations. This longevity indicates effective governance, knowledge transmission, and societal stability, qualities often underappreciated in the historical record of pre-Columbian South America. The integration of environmental, social, and spiritual systems reflects a holistic approach to civilization, one that harmonized human activity with ecological understanding. The Amazonian discoveries also echo patterns seen elsewhere in the Americas, from North American mounds to Andean stone cities. These connections suggest the possibility of broader networks of knowledge, trade, or shared cultural principles spanning vast distances. While direct links may never be fully established, the recurrence of monumental earthworks, precise construction, astronomical alignments, and engineered landscapes points to a continent-wide pattern of advanced human achievement. Ultimately, the ancient Amazon challenges the narrative of a virgin wilderness and compels a reconsideration of pre-Columbian history. These societies were neither primitive nor isolated, they were capable of large-scale planning, engineering, agriculture, and astronomical observation. They left enduring legacies in the landscape, evidence of intelligence, organization, and creativity that rivals more traditionally recognized civilizations. The discoveries in the Amazon open a window into a lost chapter of human history, revealing a continent where ingenuity, adaptation, and ambition flourished long before modern historians ever imagined. Standing in the forest today, amid subtle mounds, raised roads, and faint geometric traces, one is struck by the vision, labor, and ingenuity of these vanished societies. They remind us that human capability is not limited by environment, technology, or circumstance. Across rivers, forests, and plains, these civilizations transformed the landscape itself, leaving clues of their mastery and inviting us to rethink the full scope of pre-Columbian achievement. The ancient Amazon is more than a historical curiosity, it is a profound testament to human potential, adaptability, and the enduring mystery of civilizations whose knowledge and ingenuity continue to astonish us millennia later. Along the arid coasts and fertile valleys of Peru, the legacy of the ancient Nazca civilization stretches across the desert in a series of enigmatic and monumental geoglyphs that continue to baffle modern scholars and casual observers alike. Unlike most archaeological sites, these creations are visible primarily from the air, their full scale and intricate designs impossible to comprehend from the ground. The Nazca lines, as they are known, are a collection of hundreds of figures, including animals, plants, and geometric patterns, etched into the earth over a period spanning several centuries, roughly between 500 BCE and 500 CE. These geoglyphs are not small or simple, some stretch over hundreds of meters, meticulously drawn with clean, precise lines that have endured for over a millennium despite harsh desert winds and environmental conditions. Their creation required not only careful planning and labor but also a sophisticated understanding of geometry, measurement, and landscape management that challenges conventional ideas about the technological capabilities of the society that produced them. The sheer scale and precision of the Nazca lines suggest a civilization with both vision and coordination. The largest figures, such as the iconic hummingbird, monkey, and condor, extend hundreds of feet in length and maintain proportion and symmetry that would be difficult to achieve even today without aerial perspective. Scholars have long debated how the Nazca people accomplished this feat without flight. One possibility is that they used a series of sighting towers, ropes, and grids, transferring designs from small-scale drawings to the expansive desert floor. Whatever methods were employed, the precision is undeniable, reflecting an understanding of spatial relationships, planning, and execution on a monumental scale. Beyond geometric accuracy, the choice of subjects is equally fascinating. Animals and natural forms dominate the Nazca lines, suggesting cultural, spiritual, or symbolic significance. Many researchers propose that these figures were connected to agricultural fertility, water rituals, or religious observances, reflecting a society deeply attuned to its environment and the forces upon which its survival depended. The desert itself, seemingly inhospitable, becomes a canvas for sophisticated symbolic communication, integrating art, spirituality, and ecological awareness into a single monumental statement. The construction techniques of the Nazca lines also demonstrate practical ingenuity. The desert soil is composed of iron oxide-coated pebbles that form a dark surface layer. By removing these stones and exposing the lighter soil beneath, the Nazca created high-contrast lines that remain visible for centuries. The durability of these geoglyphs is remarkable. Their survival is a combination of environmental conditions, such as low rainfall and minimal wind disturbance, and the meticulous care taken in their creation. The ability to manipulate the landscape in such a deliberate and enduring way reflects not just labor but knowledge of materials, terrain, and preservation techniques. Astronomical alignments add yet another layer of complexity. Studies have indicated that some lines correspond to solstices, equinoxes, and other celestial phenomena, suggesting that the geoglyphs may have functioned as astronomical markers or calendars. Such alignments imply long-term observation, record-keeping, and the integration of celestial knowledge into cultural and ritual practices. The Nazca, therefore, were not simply artists, they were astronomers, planners, and engineers, embedding sophisticated knowledge into the very fabric of their landscape. The organization of labor required for the construction of the Nazca lines is equally impressive. Hundreds, possibly thousands, of workers would have needed to coordinate the creation of these massive figures, maintaining consistent lines, angles, and proportions over extensive distances. This would have required leadership, oversight, and communication, indicating a complex social structure capable of mobilizing and sustaining collective effort over decades. Such coordination underscores the societal sophistication necessary for monumental construction, challenging assumptions that pre-Columbian South American societies were fragmented or technologically limited. The geoglyphs also raise questions about perspective and intended audience. Their full form can only be appreciated from elevated vantage points or from the air. Did the Nazca intend these works to be viewed by gods from the sky, as some theories suggest, or was there another cultural or ritual reason for this aerial perspective? The intentionality of these designs reflects abstract thinking, planning, and a conceptual understanding of space that extends beyond immediate, human-scale perception. It suggests a worldview that integrated cosmology, spirituality, and human activity in ways that are still difficult for modern observers to fully comprehend. The Nazca lines further challenge conventional narratives about the development of civilization. Their complexity and scale indicate that the Nazca people possessed not only technical skills but also intellectual sophistication, including an understanding of mathematics, geometry, and astronomy. These achievements predate European contact by more than a millennium and occur in a context traditionally considered technologically simple. The geoglyphs force a reconsideration of what constitutes an advanced society and highlight the ingenuity of civilizations often marginalized in historical discourse. The cultural significance of the Nazca lines is reinforced by their integration into broader societal practices. Archaeological evidence indicates that ceremonial centers, residential sites, and ritual pathways were connected to the geoglyphs, suggesting that these monumental artworks were part of a comprehensive cultural landscape. The figures likely played roles in religious observances, social cohesion, and community identity, reflecting a society in which artistic expression, spirituality, and practical life were intertwined. The geoglyphs were not merely decorative, they were functional, symbolic, and integrative, reinforcing societal values and cosmological understanding. Moreover, the endurance of the Nazca lines is extraordinary. Despite centuries of natural erosion, earthquakes, and human activity, many of the lines remain sharply defined. Their survival is a testament to the careful selection of location, materials, and construction techniques by the Nazca people. This longevity underscores their understanding of both environmental conditions and engineering principles, revealing knowledge that was both practical and visionary. The geoglyphs stand as enduring monuments to human ingenuity, coordination, and creativity, offering a glimpse into a culture that mastered the desert landscape in ways that continue to astonish. The discovery of additional geoglyphs, some only visible through aerial surveys or satellite imaging, suggests that the scale of Nazca achievements may be even greater than previously thought. Hundreds of new lines, geometric shapes, and figures continue to be identified, expanding our understanding of the society's reach, sophistication, and symbolic expression. Each new discovery reinforces the notion that the Nazca were not simply creating art but were systematically embedding cultural, astronomical, and spiritual knowledge into the landscape, leaving a legacy that transcends time and challenges modern perceptions. The Nazca lines also invite speculation about lost knowledge and ancient observation. The precision, scale, and integration of astronomy imply careful, systematic measurement, planning, and cultural continuity. How was such knowledge preserved and transmitted across generations? How did the Nazca people conceptualize, plan, and execute designs of such monumental scale without aerial observation? These questions continue to intrigue scholars and enthusiasts, highlighting the enduring mystery and significance of these ancient works. Standing among the desert plains today, one is struck not only by the enormity of the figures but by the vision, coordination, and intellect required to create them. The hummingbird, the spider, the monkey, each is a testament to abstract thinking, cultural sophistication, and technical mastery. They challenge assumptions about pre-Columbian societies, revealing a civilization capable of monumental planning, precise execution, and integration of astronomy, spirituality, and social cohesion. The Nazca lines are more than lines etched in the earth. They are a profound statement of human ingenuity, vision, and cultural expression, enduring across centuries as both mystery and marvel. The Nazca lines, in their precision, scale, and integration with the landscape, underscore a broader pattern observable throughout the Americas. From the mounds of North America to the stone cities of the Andes and the engineered soils of the Amazon, ancient societies demonstrated advanced understanding of engineering, astronomy, and social organization long before European contact. The lines serve as a striking example of how these civilizations translated knowledge, observation, and cultural values into enduring monuments, challenging conventional narratives of technological and intellectual development and inviting us to reconsider the full extent of human achievement in the ancient world. Stretching across the high deserts and fertile valleys of southern Peru, the Nazca civilization left behind one of the most extraordinary and enduring enigmas of the ancient world, massive geoglyphs etched into the earth, visible only from the air, that continue to astonish and perplex modern scholars. Unlike the monumental stone constructions of the Andes or the earthen mounds of North America, these geoglyphs, collectively known as the Nazca lines, represent a unique form of landscape engineering, a combination of artistry, mathematics, and cosmology. Their scale, precision, and variety are unparalleled. Hummingbirds, spiders, monkeys, and geometric patterns stretch across hundreds of meters, each line and curve meticulously measured, executed, and maintained over centuries. The more researchers study the site, the more questions arise about how a society with no known aerial perspective, written language, or advanced tools could achieve such a feat. The complexity of the Nazca lines is evident in their geometric precision. Many of the straight lines extend for kilometers without deviation, intersecting with other lines, figures, and patterns to form an intricate network of shapes across the desert floor. Achieving such straightness over long distances without modern surveying tools implies advanced planning techniques, likely involving ropes, stakes, and observation points. The lines are not arbitrary. Their orientation often aligns with celestial events, including solstices and equinoxes, indicating a sophisticated understanding of astronomy. By encoding knowledge of solar and stellar cycles into the landscape, the Nazca transformed the desert into a functional observatory and ceremonial space, blending science and spirituality into an inseparable whole. The choice of imagery within the geoglyphs further underscores their cultural and symbolic significance. Animals dominate the landscape, each likely carrying spiritual or ritual meaning. The hummingbird may have symbolized energy and agility, the monkey creativity and community, while the condor, with its expansive wings, likely represented a connection to the heavens. These images were not decorative but functioned as a symbolic language, conveying cultural, religious, and perhaps even agricultural messages. In a region where water was scarce and survival depended on environmental understanding, these figures may have been designed to invoke fertility, rain, or cosmic favor, illustrating the integration of practical needs and spiritual belief. Creating the Nazca lines required immense labor, coordination, and technical skill. The desert's surface is covered in iron oxide-coated pebbles, which the Nazca carefully removed to reveal lighter soil beneath, forming sharp, high-contrast lines. The precision with which they removed and aligned these materials demonstrates a sophisticated grasp of engineering principles. The process involved not just shaping individual lines or figures but orchestrating an entire landscape to create a coherent and enduring design. The labor would have required organization, leadership, and collective effort over extended periods, indicating a highly structured society capable of mobilizing human and material resources efficiently. Astronomical alignment is a key feature of many geoglyphs, suggesting that the Nazca were keen observers of the sky. Certain lines and figures appear to mark solar and lunar cycles, potentially serving as calendars for agricultural or ceremonial purposes. The integration of celestial observation into monumental earthworks implies long-term monitoring of the heavens, careful record-keeping, and precise translation of those observations into the desert landscape. This knowledge was likely passed down through generations, reflecting a culture with both intellectual continuity and practical application of astronomical understanding. Beyond the straight lines and animal figures, the Nazca also created complex geometric shapes, including trapezoids, spirals, and intersecting polygons. Some of these forms may have functioned as ritual pathways, guiding participants through ceremonial processions, while others may have had symbolic or cosmological meaning. The combination of geometric precision and artistic creativity demonstrates a society capable of abstract thought and long-range planning, challenging assumptions that pre-Columbian cultures lacked complex intellectual frameworks. Each shape and line is both functional and symbolic, a testament to a civilization that merged mathematics, artistry, and spirituality in a unified expression. The scale of these geoglyphs is staggering. Some figures, such as the hummingbird, extend over 300 feet in length, while the longest straight lines stretch for several kilometers. Maintaining proportionality across such distances required careful measurement and planning. Scholars have proposed that the Nazca employed a system of grids or scaled models to transfer small designs to the vast desert canvas accurately. The ability to conceptualize and execute such large-scale works demonstrates remarkable spatial awareness and cognitive sophistication, qualities that modern observers often underestimate in ancient civilizations. Labor organization and social structure are also implied by the Nazca lines. Coordinating the effort to remove stones, plan designs, and execute precise figures over extensive distances would have required centralized planning or communal oversight. Leaders or priests may have directed labor, ensuring both the accuracy of execution and adherence to ritual or cosmological requirements. The societal capacity to mobilize and sustain such projects suggests not only technical skill but also social cohesion, governance, and cultural motivation. The Nazca lines, therefore, reflect both the intellectual and organizational sophistication of the society that created them. Environmental mastery was another hallmark of the Nazca civilization. The arid desert posed significant challenges for agriculture, settlement, and survival. By observing seasonal patterns, managing scarce water resources, and embedding spiritual practices into landscape modifications, the Nazca demonstrated an intimate understanding of their environment. The geoglyphs themselves, in some cases aligned with irrigation systems or ceremonial sites, reveal a holistic approach in which cultural, environmental, and practical concerns were interwoven. This integration of knowledge across multiple domains exemplifies the advanced cognitive and societal capacity of the Nazca people. The enduring nature of the Nazca lines is a testament to the care, technique, and environmental awareness employed by their creators. Despite centuries of wind, erosion, and human activity, many lines remain sharply defined. Their survival owes as much to the arid climate as to the careful selection of construction sites and methods. The enduring visibility of these geoglyphs transforms the desert into a living record of human achievement, preserving knowledge, artistry, and cultural identity across millennia. The Nazca lines also raise profound questions about perspective and intention. Because many figures can only be fully appreciated from the air, scholars have debated why they were created at such scale. Some suggest the geoglyphs were meant for deities or spiritual entities, reflecting a cosmology in which human activity and celestial forces were intimately connected. Others propose they functioned as ritual pathways or symbolic markers for ceremonial gatherings. Regardless of the precise purpose, the aerial perspective implies abstract thinking, conceptualization of space beyond immediate human perception, and a sophisticated approach to design that continues to challenge modern understanding. Recent technological advances, including satellite imagery and drone surveys, have revealed additional geoglyphs, complex patterns, and previously hidden alignments. These discoveries suggest that the Nazca lines may represent an even larger and more integrated network than previously believed, encompassing ceremonial, astronomical, and cultural functions across vast swaths of the desert. Each new finding reinforces the notion that the Nazca civilization possessed highly developed knowledge systems, capable of translating observation, ritual, and symbolism into monumental landscape architecture. The Nazca lines, in their scale, precision, and integration with the environment, stand as a profound testament to human ingenuity. They challenge conventional narratives of pre-Columbian societies as simple or technologically limited, revealing a culture capable of advanced mathematics, engineering, astronomy, and artistic expression. The labor, coordination, and intellectual sophistication required to create these works demonstrate a civilization that merged practical needs, spiritual beliefs, and abstract thinking into enduring monuments. Standing in the Nazca Desert today, the magnitude of achievement is overwhelming. The animal figures, geometric patterns, and straight lines convey not just artistry but intellect, planning, and social cohesion. They invite modern observers to consider the capabilities of ancient societies, to question assumptions about technological development, and to marvel at the ingenuity that enabled a civilization to imprint its knowledge and culture across the landscape for millennia. The Nazca lines are more than a historical curiosity, they are an enduring symbol of human potential, imagination, and the mysteries of civilizations that flourished long before modern history recorded their existence. Across the windswept deserts and high plateaus of Peru, the Nazca civilization left an indelible mark on the landscape that continues to inspire wonder, awe, and mystery. Among the most perplexing of these ancient achievements are the Nazca lines, enormous geoglyphs etched into the desert floor that depict animals, plants, and intricate geometric patterns. While some of these designs are simple in concept, others are staggeringly complex, stretching for hundreds of meters and meticulously proportioned with extraordinary precision. Scholars have long marveled at how a society with no known access to aerial vantage points, advanced surveying equipment, or written mathematical systems could conceive and execute such monumental works. Each line, figure, and shape represents a deliberate act of planning, labor, and cultural expression that transcends mere art and enters the realm of science, spirituality, and social engineering. The creation of the Nazca lines required a mastery of spatial reasoning and geometric knowledge. Many of the straight lines extend for kilometers without significant deviation, intersecting other lines or forming geometric patterns that suggest careful calculation and foresight. Achieving this level of accuracy over such vast distances in a desert environment would have demanded a system of measurement, alignment, and scaling, likely involving stakes, ropes, and rudimentary sighting tools. The construction process reflects both an understanding of mathematics and the ability to coordinate labor across extended distances, demonstrating a sophisticated level of abstract thought. These lines were not arbitrary, they were intentional, functional, and symbolic, carefully integrated into the natural landscape to serve cultural, ritualistic, or astronomical purposes. The subject matter of the geoglyphs reveals a society deeply attuned to its environment and cosmology. Animal figures dominate the landscape, including birds, monkeys, fish, and llamas, each potentially representing spiritual, cultural, or ecological concepts. Some scholars argue that these figures were connected to water, fertility, and agricultural cycles, serving as a visual plea to the gods for rain and prosperity in an arid region where survival depended on environmental understanding. The integration of symbolic imagery with practical concerns demonstrates that the Nazca were not merely creating decorative works, they were embedding knowledge, belief, and ritual into the physical landscape, creating enduring expressions of their worldview. The engineering challenges of constructing the Nazca lines cannot be overstated. The desert floor is covered in a dark layer of iron oxide-coated pebbles, which the Nazca carefully removed to reveal the lighter soil beneath, producing strikingly visible lines. Maintaining uniform width, depth, and alignment required not only careful planning but also meticulous execution by skilled laborers. The precision and consistency of these lines over extensive distances underscore a level of craftsmanship and coordination that challenges conventional assumptions about pre-Columbian technological capabilities. The Nazca lines are therefore both an artistic and engineering marvel, combining visual impact with structural intelligence. Astronomical alignments further deepen the complexity and significance of the Nazca lines. Researchers have identified correlations between certain lines and celestial events, including solstices, equinoxes, and the positions of prominent stars. These alignments suggest that the geoglyphs may have functioned as a sophisticated calendrical system, guiding agricultural cycles, ritual events, or religious observances. The integration of astronomy into monumental earthworks indicates a society capable of long-term observation, record-keeping, and the practical application of celestial knowledge, an impressive feat for a civilization without written records or sophisticated instrumentation. The desert thus becomes not merely a canvas but a celestial observatory, blending knowledge of the heavens with human activity on the ground. The scale of the geoglyphs is another element that defies easy explanation. Some figures, such as the hummingbird or condor, extend hundreds of meters in length, while the longest straight lines run for several kilometers. Maintaining proportionality across such vast distances required careful scaling, likely starting from small drawings or models and then transferring the designs to the landscape. This demonstrates advanced cognitive abilities, including abstract visualization and the capacity to conceptualize and execute designs far beyond human scale. The Nazca lines are a testament to spatial intelligence, planning, and the ability to coordinate labor to realize a grand vision. Labor organization and social structure are implicit in the construction of the Nazca lines. Mobilizing workers to create massive, precise figures over extended areas required leadership, coordination, and societal cohesion. The existence of specialized laborers, possibly directed by religious or political authorities, points to a complex social hierarchy capable of sustained collective effort. The labor was not only technical but also symbolic, reflecting shared cultural values, spiritual beliefs, and communal purpose. Each line and figure represents the collaborative effort of a society that integrated practical execution with cultural expression on a monumental scale. Environmental mastery was another critical aspect of the Nazca civilization. The arid desert, with its extreme conditions and scarce water sources, required careful adaptation for agriculture, settlement, and ceremonial practices. The geoglyphs, aligned with water sources, irrigation systems, or ceremonial plazas, demonstrate an intimate understanding of local topography, climate, and hydrology. By embedding spiritual and practical knowledge into the landscape, the Nazca demonstrated an ability to harmonize human activity with environmental constraints, creating a sustainable cultural and agricultural system that thrived for centuries. The durability and preservation of the Nazca lines are extraordinary. Many figures remain visible despite centuries of wind, occasional rain, and human activity. Their endurance is partly due to the region's dry climate but also to the meticulous methods employed by the Nazca, who selected appropriate sites, carefully prepared surfaces, and maintained the lines over time. The longevity of these works transforms the desert into a living record of human ingenuity, embedding knowledge, artistry, and cultural identity into the land itself. The Nazca lines are not only monuments of creativity but enduring evidence of the sophistication and foresight of their creators. Recent technological advancements, including satellite imagery and aerial surveys, have revealed additional geoglyphs and complex patterns, expanding our understanding of the Nazca civilization's scale and sophistication. Many of these newly discovered figures were previously hidden by desert sands or subtle erosion, suggesting that the total extent of the geoglyph network may be far larger than previously recognized. This ongoing discovery underscores the complexity of Nazca society and the depth of planning, observation, and coordination required to execute such a vast and integrated system of monuments. The Nazca lines also provoke profound questions about perspective and intention. The aerial visibility of the geoglyphs has led to theories that they were designed for deities or celestial observers, emphasizing the integration of human action and divine oversight. Others suggest that the figures functioned as ritual pathways, guiding participants through ceremonial activities or marking sacred spaces. The concept of designing for a vantage point that could not be directly experienced on the ground reflects abstract thinking, advanced planning, and a conceptual understanding of space that challenges modern interpretations of ancient societies. In addition, the Nazca lines challenge conventional historical narratives about the technological and intellectual capabilities of pre-Columbian societies. The scale, precision, and integration of astronomy, engineering, and symbolic expression reveal a culture capable of achievements that rival or exceed those of contemporaneous civilizations in other parts of the world. These accomplishments demonstrate not only technical skill but also cognitive sophistication, social organization, and cultural depth, highlighting the ingenuity of a people often underestimated or marginalized in mainstream history. Standing amidst the desert plains today, one is confronted by the enormity of human achievement embodied in the Nazca lines. The animal figures, geometric shapes, and straight lines convey vision, coordination, and cultural intelligence, inviting awe and contemplation. They reflect a civilization that harmonized art, science, and ritual, translating observation, belief, and social cohesion into monumental works that have endured for over a millennium. The Nazca lines are more than historical artifacts, they are a testament to human potential, imagination, and ingenuity, preserving a complex and sophisticated culture in the very fabric of the earth. The Nazca lines, in their scale, precision, and integration with natural and celestial systems, exemplify a broader pattern of advanced human achievement across the Americas. From North American mounds to Andean stone cities and Amazonian engineered landscapes, ancient societies displayed remarkable knowledge, coordination, and creativity. The Nazca lines stand as one of the most striking examples, demonstrating that pre-Columbian civilizations were capable of monumental planning, complex engineering, and abstract thought. They challenge us to reconsider what we know about human history, revealing a past rich with innovation, vision, and enduring mystery that continues to captivate and inspire to this day. In the heart of Peru, stretching across the arid coastal plains, the ancient Nazca civilization left an indelible mark upon the landscape in the form of the Nazca lines, a series of monumental geoglyphs whose precision, scale, and enigmatic purpose continue to perplex modern researchers. Unlike most ancient monuments, the Nazca lines are not visible in their entirety from the ground. Their true grandeur becomes apparent only from an elevated perspective, hinting at a society capable of abstract thought, advanced planning, and a unique vision that integrated art, science, and spirituality. These figures, ranging from stylized animals to intricate geometric forms, were created over centuries, likely between 500 BCE and 500 CE, and remain one of the most compelling examples of pre-Columbian ingenuity, challenging conventional assumptions about technological and intellectual capabilities in the ancient Americas. The precision of the Nazca lines is immediately striking. Many of the straight lines extend for several kilometers, maintaining remarkable alignment without noticeable deviation. Some intersect at precise angles or converge in patterns that suggest intentional design rather than randomness. Achieving such accuracy in a pre-industrial society required careful measurement and coordination. Researchers propose that the Nazca employed stakes, ropes, and scale templates to transfer designs from smaller drawings to the expansive desert floor. This process reflects a sophisticated understanding of geometry, proportionality, and spatial planning, revealing a civilization capable of translating abstract concepts into enduring physical manifestations. Animals dominate the Nazca lines, each figure likely carrying symbolic, spiritual, or practical significance. Birds, monkeys, spiders, and llamas populate the desert in enormous proportions, some stretching over 300 meters. These animals may have been chosen for their association with fertility, water, agricultural cycles, or spiritual beliefs. For a culture reliant on precise environmental knowledge to survive in arid conditions, these representations may have functioned as ritual invocations, embedding cultural understanding into visual forms. The combination of symbolic meaning with practical necessity underscores the integration of intellectual, spiritual, and societal elements in Nazca culture, transforming the desert into both a sacred space and a functional expression of knowledge. Engineering the Nazca lines required extraordinary skill and labor organization. The desert floor is covered in dark iron oxide pebbles, which the Nazca removed to expose the lighter soil beneath, producing sharply contrasting lines visible for centuries. Maintaining consistent width, depth, and alignment demanded meticulous execution, as any variation would have disrupted the visual and symbolic coherence of the figures. The labor involved implies a hierarchical society capable of coordinating large workforces, directing precise tasks over vast distances, and sustaining projects over decades. This organization of labor reflects not only technical mastery but also a sophisticated social structure capable of mobilizing and motivating participants to achieve a collective vision. Astronomical alignment is another defining feature of many Nazca geoglyphs. Certain lines and figures correspond with the solstices, equinoxes, and positions of prominent celestial bodies. This suggests that the geoglyphs may have functioned as a calendrical system or as markers to guide ritual activities linked to seasonal cycles. By encoding celestial knowledge into the landscape, the Nazca demonstrated a deep understanding of astronomy and its practical applications, integrating observation of the heavens into daily life, agriculture, and religious practice. The precision of these alignments further emphasizes the intellectual sophistication of the society, revealing a culture capable of long-term observation, measurement, and abstract reasoning. The geometric shapes within the Nazca lines, trapezoids, spirals, zigzags, and intersecting polygons, illustrate the civilization's mastery of abstract design. These forms may have served as ceremonial pathways, guiding participants through ritual observances or delineating sacred spaces. Others may have held symbolic significance, representing cosmological principles or societal values. The ability to conceptualize and execute these forms on a monumental scale speaks to advanced cognitive skills, including visualization, abstraction, and systematic planning. Unlike simple art, the geoglyphs integrate form, function, and meaning, creating a landscape that communicates complex knowledge and cultural identity across generations. The scale of the figures is unparalleled. Some animal geoglyphs span hundreds of meters, while straight lines extend for several kilometers across the desert. Maintaining proportional accuracy on such a scale would have required systematic measurement, likely starting from smaller models or drawings that were scaled up using standardized units or observation points. This process implies a conceptual understanding of ratios, angles, and dimensions, highlighting the Nazca's capacity for abstract thinking and complex problem solving. It also suggests a cultural emphasis on monumental expression as a means of communicating knowledge, belief, and identity across vast spaces. Labor organization and governance are implicit in the creation of the Nazca lines. Coordinating workforces to remove stones, mark layouts, and maintain alignment would have necessitated leadership, oversight, and communal participation. The existence of specialized laborers or teams indicates a division of tasks and a societal structure capable of sustaining long-term projects. The effort required reflects both technical proficiency and cultural motivation, demonstrating a civilization that valued the integration of work, ritual, and community purpose. The Nazca lines are thus a product of both human ingenuity and organized social effort, embodying the fusion of intellect and collective action. Environmental adaptation was a critical component of Nazca achievement. The arid desert posed significant challenges for agriculture, settlement, and survival, demanding an intimate understanding of topography, water resources, and seasonal patterns. The geoglyphs themselves were often integrated with irrigation channels, ceremonial plazas, or natural features, suggesting that landscape modification was both functional and symbolic. By embedding practical and spiritual knowledge into the earth, the Nazca demonstrated an advanced environmental intelligence, creating systems that supported both survival and cultural expression in one of the world's harshest climates. The durability and preservation of the geoglyphs are extraordinary. Many lines remain sharply defined despite centuries of wind, occasional flooding, and human intrusion. Their survival is a testament to the careful selection of construction sites, choice of materials, and meticulous maintenance over time. The enduring visibility of the Nazca lines transforms the desert into a living archive of human knowledge, preserving intellectual, spiritual, and cultural achievements across millennia. These monuments are not only artifacts but enduring expressions of human creativity and foresight, challenging assumptions about the technological limitations of ancient societies. Modern technology has expanded our understanding of the Nazca lines. Satellite imaging, aerial surveys, and drone photography have revealed previously hidden geoglyphs, complex patterns, and alignments that were invisible from the ground. This suggests that the Nazca may have constructed a far larger network of figures than previously recognized, integrating astronomical observation, ceremonial activity, and cultural expression across a vast landscape. Each new discovery reinforces the sophistication of the society and its ability to coordinate large-scale projects, blending practical, spiritual, and intellectual objectives into a cohesive whole. The aerial visibility of the Nazca lines continues to spark debate about their intended audience. Some theories propose that the figures were meant to be seen by deities or celestial entities, reflecting a cosmology in which the heavens observed and interacted with human activity. Others suggest they functioned as ceremonial pathways or markers for communal gatherings, guiding participants through ritualized experiences. The creation of figures designed to be appreciated from above implies advanced abstract thinking, spatial reasoning, and conceptual planning that transcended immediate human perception, revealing a cognitive and cultural sophistication rarely attributed to pre-Columbian societies. The Nazca lines challenge conventional historical narratives about the Americas. Their scale, precision, and integration of astronomy, engineering, and symbolic meaning demonstrate that pre-Columbian societies were capable of remarkable technical and intellectual feats. The lines provide evidence of advanced mathematical knowledge, social organization, environmental management, and ritual expression, underscoring the ingenuity of a civilization often marginalized in mainstream history. These achievements compel a re-evaluation of human capability, illustrating that monumental construction, abstract reasoning, and cultural sophistication were not exclusive to the Old World but flourished independently across the Americas. Standing in the desert today, one is struck by the magnitude of human effort, vision, and ingenuity embodied in the Nazca lines. The animal figures, geometric shapes, and precise lines reflect a civilization that harmonized art, science, and spirituality, translating observation, belief, and social cohesion into enduring monumental forms. They invite awe, contemplation, and curiosity, demonstrating that human potential transcends technology, environment, and time. The Nazca lines are more than a historical enigma, they are a living testament to human creativity, intelligence, and cultural expression, preserving a civilization's knowledge, beliefs, and identity across millennia. Viewed in the broader context of the Americas, the Nazca lines are part of a pattern of sophisticated ancient achievement. From the monumental mounds of North America to the engineered landscapes of the Amazon and the stone cities of the Andes, human societies demonstrated remarkable ingenuity, environmental adaptation, and technical skill long before European contact. The Nazca lines, in their scale, precision, and symbolic integration, represent one of the most striking examples of this ingenuity, challenging conventional timelines and assumptions about human development. They are a testament to the enduring mystery, creativity, and intellectual capacity of ancient civilizations, inspiring awe and demanding reconsideration of what we thought we knew about the past. High in the rugged Andean mountains of Peru, the city of Cuzco was once the beating heart of the Inca Empire, a civilization renowned for its engineering marvels, administrative sophistication, and spiritual depth. But before the rise of the Inca, the region was already home to advanced societies that laid the foundation for monumental architecture, precision stonework, and urban planning on a scale that continues to astonish modern observers. Among these, the fortress of Sacsayhuaman stands as a testament to human ingenuity, technical mastery, and an understanding of construction that challenges conventional explanations of pre-Columbian capabilities. Perched on a hill overlooking Cuzco, Sacsayhuaman is not merely a military structure, it is an architectural symphony of massive stones, precision engineering, and cultural symbolism that has confounded historians, engineers, and archaeologists alike. The scale of the construction is immediately striking. The walls of Sacsayhuaman are composed of enormous limestone and andesite blocks, some weighing upwards of 200 tons. These stones were quarried from distant locations, transported across rugged terrain, and fitted together with extraordinary precision, so tightly that not even a piece of paper can be inserted between many of the joints. The interlocking design is not only visually impressive but also functional, providing seismic resistance in a region prone to earthquakes. The engineering required to extract, shape, transport, and assemble these massive stones suggests a level of technical sophistication that is extraordinary, particularly given the tools historically available to pre-Columbian civilizations. Precision is a hallmark of Sacsayhuaman. The stones are cut with flat surfaces, acute angles, and perfect alignments, often forming complex polygons that interlock in a way that defies modern replication without heavy machinery. Unlike most ancient construction techniques, which relied on mortar or simple stacking, Sacsayhuaman's builders achieved stability through sheer precision and the strategic placement of each stone. This precision not only reflects advanced craftsmanship but also suggests knowledge of geometry, load distribution, and long-term durability. The complexity of these techniques raises profound questions about how ancient societies achieved such feats without modern instruments, challenging assumptions about technological progression in the pre-Columbian Andes. The construction of Sacsayhuaman also demonstrates remarkable logistical and organizational skill. The quarry sites were located kilometers away, and transporting multi-ton stones across steep mountain terrain required innovative methods. Scholars speculate that rolling logs, ramps, levers, and coordinated labor teams may have been employed, yet no definitive records exist describing the process. The sheer coordination necessary to move, position, and interlock stones of such magnitude indicates a highly organized workforce, capable leadership, and a society structured to mobilize and manage large-scale projects. This suggests that pre-Inca civilizations possessed not only engineering knowledge but also sophisticated social, political, and economic systems to sustain monumental construction over years or decades. Beyond its structural achievements, Sacsayhuaman carries profound cultural and spiritual significance. The fortress is aligned with Cuzco, considered the navel of the world, in Inca cosmology, and may have been designed with both ceremonial and defensive purposes in mind. The layout of the walls, terraces, and platforms reflects an understanding of spatial harmony and symbolism, possibly representing a jaguar, a sacred animal in Andean culture, when viewed from above. This integration of functional architecture with symbolic representation illustrates a civilization in which technical mastery and spiritual expression were inseparable, blending engineering, artistry, and cosmology into a single monumental achievement. The fortress also served as a center for ritual and governance. Historical accounts suggest that Sacsayhuaman was a site of ceremonies, festivals, and military coordination, reinforcing its dual role as both a spiritual and practical hub. The scale of the terraces and plazas would have accommodated large gatherings, emphasizing the society's capacity for organization, resource management, and cultural expression. The integration of ceremonial, administrative, and defensive functions reflects a holistic approach to urban and regional planning, demonstrating that the builders were not only engineers but strategic thinkers and cultural visionaries. Seismic resilience is another remarkable aspect of Sacsayhuaman. The interlocking stones, irregular polygonal shapes, and absence of mortar allow the walls to absorb and dissipate the energy from earthquakes, a feature that modern engineers continue to study and admire. In regions prone to seismic activity, achieving such stability without modern materials or machinery is extraordinary. The builders' understanding of structural dynamics, whether through empirical knowledge passed down through generations or careful observation and experimentation, reveals a sophisticated grasp of engineering principles that transcend simple construction. The fortress also challenges assumptions about tool use and material technology. The precision with which massive stones were shaped and fitted suggests the use of advanced techniques, yet there is little evidence of metal tools capable of achieving such results on a consistent scale. Some researchers have proposed that abrasives, pounding stones, or lost technologies may have been used, while others speculate about techniques now lost to history. Regardless of the method, the outcome remains clear: a site that exhibits precision, durability, and artistic intentionality far beyond what conventional explanations would suggest for the period. Sacsayhuaman is also a striking example of the integration of architecture with the natural landscape. The fortress terraces follow the contours of the hill, blending human construction with geological features to create a visually harmonious and strategically advantageous position. This integration reflects both practical and aesthetic considerations, suggesting a culture that valued not only function but also the spiritual and visual resonance of their built environment. The strategic placement of the fortress, commanding views of Cuzco and the surrounding valleys, further emphasizes its role as both a protective stronghold and a ceremonial landmark. The social organization implied by Sacsayhuaman's construction is profound. Mobilizing the labor required for quarrying, transport, and assembly would have necessitated a centralized authority capable of coordinating large groups over extended periods. The logistical planning, material procurement, and division of labor indicate a society with hierarchical structures, administrative capacity, and cultural motivation sufficient to sustain long-term projects. This underscores the sophistication of pre-Inca civilizations, highlighting their ability to combine technical knowledge with social cohesion and cultural purpose. Beyond its architectural and engineering feats, Sacsayhuaman embodies the symbolic power of monumental construction. The fortress is a manifestation of human ingenuity, social organization, and cultural identity, embodying a civilization's values, beliefs, and vision in stone. It communicates messages of strength, resilience, and spiritual connection across centuries, offering modern observers insight into the intellectual and cultural sophistication of its builders. The enduring presence of Sacsayhuaman challenges assumptions about the technological and societal limitations of ancient Andean cultures, revealing a civilization capable of extraordinary achievement in the face of formidable environmental and logistical challenges. The fortress continues to inspire awe not only for its technical precision but also for its scale, symbolism, and integration with the natural environment. It stands as a testament to the capabilities of pre-Columbian civilizations, whose engineering, planning, and artistic vision rival or exceed those of contemporary societies elsewhere in the world. Sacsayhuaman exemplifies the confluence of intellect, labor, spirituality, and culture, demonstrating that human creativity and technical mastery can achieve monumental expression even in challenging terrains. In studying Sacsayhuaman, modern researchers are forced to reconsider narratives about technological development and human potential in ancient societies. The precision of the stonework, the organization of labor, and the integration of symbolic and practical considerations reveal a civilization with advanced knowledge and sophisticated social structures. These achievements suggest that the Andes were home to cultures capable of engineering, planning, and creating monumental works on a scale that continues to inspire curiosity, admiration, and study. Standing among the massive stones today, one cannot help but feel the human effort, ingenuity, and vision embedded in the fortress. Each stone, each joint, and each terrace speaks to the technical skill, strategic thinking, and cultural identity of a civilization that harmonized function with symbolism, engineering with spirituality, and labor with leadership. Sacsayhuaman is not merely a fortress, it is a monumental narrative of human capability, resilience, and creativity, preserved in stone and inspiring generations of scholars, travelers, and enthusiasts to wonder at what ancient civilizations were truly capable. From a broader perspective, Sacsayhuaman exemplifies a pattern seen across the Americas, ancient societies achieving monumental engineering feats, advanced planning, and cultural expression long before European contact. Alongside sites such as Puma Punku, Tiwanaku, and the Nazca Lines, Sacsayhuaman underscores that human ingenuity, technical mastery, and social organization flourished independently across the continent, leaving behind legacies that continue to challenge, inspire, and captivate. Its enduring presence is a reminder that ancient civilizations were capable of astonishing achievements, blending knowledge, labor, and vision into creations that withstand the test of time. High on the windswept plains of Bolivia, near the southern shores of Lake Titicaca, lies one of the most enigmatic and technically astonishing sites in the Americas, Tiwanaku. Long before the rise of the Inca, Tiwanaku flourished as a cultural, religious, and political center, demonstrating an advanced understanding of architecture, engineering, and urban planning that continues to mystify modern researchers. The site is renowned not only for its monumental stone structures and intricately carved monoliths but also for its precise alignment, construction techniques, and apparent astronomical knowledge. Scholars have long debated how a civilization without modern machinery, iron tools, or written mathematical systems could achieve such remarkable feats, and the questions Tiwanaku poses extend far beyond conventional archaeology, challenging assumptions about human capability in the ancient Andes. The architectural achievements of Tiwanaku are staggering. Its central complex includes massive platforms, ceremonial pyramids, and stone gateways that are precisely aligned with celestial phenomena. The Acapana Pyramid, for instance, is a terraced platform rising approximately 18 meters high, constructed with carefully shaped stones that interlock with astonishing accuracy. This precision allows the structure to withstand centuries of seismic activity, a testament to the builder's understanding of engineering principles. Each stone was meticulously cut, shaped, and positioned, many weighing several tons, and transported from quarries located miles away. The feat of moving and assembling such massive stones without wheeled vehicles or draft animals underscores a level of ingenuity and logistical planning that continues to astonish modern engineers. The Gateway of the Sun, one of Tiwanaku's most iconic monuments, exemplifies both artistic mastery and symbolic sophistication. Carved from a single block of andesite, the gateway features a series of intricate motifs, including the depiction of a central deity surrounded by rows of smaller figures. The precision of the carving, the alignment of the motifs, and the symbolic richness of the iconography suggest that the builders were not merely craftsmen but also scholars of cosmology, religion, and social order. The gateway likely functioned as both a ceremonial entrance and a visual representation of Tiwanaku's cultural and spiritual worldview, integrating technical skill with complex symbolic meaning in a manner rarely seen in contemporary civilizations. Tiwanaku's urban planning reveals a sophisticated understanding of spatial organization and environmental adaptation. The city was constructed on a flat plain prone to seasonal flooding, yet its builders created an intricate network of canals, raised platforms, and drainage systems that allowed agriculture and urban life to flourish. These hydraulic systems, combined with fertile soils enhanced by human activity, supported a dense population that may have reached tens of thousands at the civilization's peak. The ability to engineer large-scale urban and agricultural infrastructure in such challenging conditions reflects not only technical skill but also long-term planning, social organization, and a nuanced understanding of ecology and resource management. One of the most remarkable aspects of Tiwanaku is the precision of its stonework. Massive blocks were cut with polygonal shapes that fit together seamlessly, sometimes without the use of mortar, creating walls that have endured earthquakes and centuries of exposure. The precision with which these stones were shaped and interlocked has led some researchers to speculate about lost technologies or advanced knowledge of geometry and leverage. Experiments with modern techniques have shown that replicating this level of craftsmanship is extraordinarily difficult, even with contemporary tools, highlighting the advanced skill of the ancient builders. The walls, terraces, and monumental structures demonstrate a mastery of stone manipulation that rivals or exceeds that of other ancient civilizations worldwide. Astronomical knowledge appears to have been embedded throughout Tiwanaku's architecture. Several structures, including the Kalasasaya Temple, align with solstices and other celestial events, suggesting that the city functioned as both a religious center and a complex observatory. Such alignments indicate careful observation, record-keeping, and integration of celestial knowledge into architectural design. The precise timing of rituals and ceremonies with astronomical events underscores a society in which cosmology and daily life were intimately intertwined, reflecting an advanced understanding of both natural cycles and their cultural significance. The monolithic sculptures scattered throughout Tiwanaku further demonstrate technical sophistication and symbolic depth. These massive stones, some weighing tens of tons, were carved with intricate motifs and transported from distant quarries, often across challenging terrain. The methods used to move these stones remain a subject of intense study, as conventional explanations struggle to account for the precision and scale of the work. Beyond the technical achievement, the carvings themselves reflect a complex belief system, depicting deities, cosmological concepts, and ritual symbolism that communicated social, religious, and political ideas across the urban landscape. Tiwanaku's construction techniques suggest an advanced understanding of structural dynamics and environmental adaptation. The use of interlocking stones, terraces, and precisely leveled platforms provided stability in a seismically active region, while raised agricultural fields and drainage systems mitigated flooding. These features reveal a society capable of harmonizing human activity with environmental challenges, blending engineering, agriculture, and urban planning into a coherent system. The integration of functionality with aesthetic and symbolic considerations further illustrates the civilization's intellectual sophistication and cultural vision. The labor and organization required to build Tiwanaku were extraordinary. Coordinating the extraction, transport, and precise placement of massive stones, along with the construction of hydraulic systems, terraces, and ceremonial structures, would have demanded centralized authority, social cohesion, and effective communication. Evidence of specialized labor, long-term planning, and administrative oversight suggests a hierarchical society capable of sustaining monumental projects over decades or even centuries. This organizational capacity reflects not only technical skill but also cultural motivation, as monumental construction often served to reinforce social cohesion, political authority, and religious ideology. Tiwanaku's influence extended far beyond its immediate location. Archaeological evidence indicates that its culture, architectural style, and religious practices spread across a vast region, influencing societies throughout the southern Andes and beyond. Ceramics, textiles, and iconography linked to Tiwanaku have been found hundreds of kilometers from the city, suggesting extensive trade networks, cultural exchange, and political influence. This reach underscores the civilization's capacity for organization, cultural dissemination, and integration of knowledge, further highlighting its sophistication and enduring legacy. The durability and preservation of Tiwanaku's structures are extraordinary. Despite centuries of erosion, earthquakes, and environmental change, many buildings remain remarkably intact, testifying to the skill and foresight of their builders. The interlocking stones, carefully engineered terraces, and drainage systems continue to perform their intended functions, demonstrating a practical understanding of materials, environmental dynamics, and structural longevity that has rarely been matched in human history. The enduring presence of Tiwanaku allows modern researchers to study and appreciate the technical, cultural, and intellectual achievements of an ancient society that has long since vanished. Tiwanaku also challenges conventional assumptions about the technological capabilities of pre-Columbian civilizations. The precision, scale, and complexity of its architecture and urban planning suggest knowledge of engineering, geometry, and astronomy that seems extraordinary for a society without written records or advanced metallurgy. Scholars continue to debate how such feats were accomplished, exploring possibilities ranging from sophisticated empirical knowledge to techniques now lost to history. Regardless of the methods, the achievements at Tiwanaku reveal a civilization with an exceptional capacity for innovation, planning, and technical execution. The city's ceremonial and spiritual functions are deeply intertwined with its architectural and engineering accomplishments. Temples, pyramids, and monolithic gateways were not merely functional or decorative, they embodied the cosmology, religious beliefs, and societal hierarchy of Tiwanaku. Ceremonies aligned with astronomical events, sacred plazas designed for gatherings, and symbolic carvings all reflect a civilization in which spirituality, social order, and technical skill were inseparable. This holistic approach to urban design underscores the intellectual and cultural sophistication of Tiwanaku, revealing a society that integrated knowledge, labor, and belief into monumental, enduring forms. Standing amid Tiwanaku's ruins today, one is struck by the vision, ingenuity, and cultural depth embedded in every stone. The city represents a convergence of technical mastery, social organization, environmental adaptation, and spiritual expression, a testament to the capacity of human societies to achieve extraordinary feats under challenging conditions. From massive interlocking stones to carefully aligned temples, Tiwanaku embodies a civilization that harmonized function, symbolism, and durability, leaving behind a legacy that continues to inspire awe, curiosity, and scholarly investigation. Viewed in a broader context, Tiwanaku is part of a pattern of monumental achievement throughout the ancient Americas. Alongside the Nazca lines, Sacsayhuaman, and Amazonian engineered landscapes, Tiwanaku demonstrates that pre-Columbian societies possessed remarkable knowledge, technical skill, and social organization. Its stonework, urban planning, and astronomical alignment reveal a civilization capable of integrating science, art, and ritual into enduring structures, challenging modern assumptions about the development of human knowledge and ingenuity. Tiwanaku stands as a testament to the extraordinary capabilities of ancient cultures, preserving a legacy of innovation, vision, and cultural sophistication that continues to captivate and inspire. In the heart of the Bolivian Altiplano, nestled near the shores of Lake Titicaca, there stands a monumental site that has baffled archaeologists, historians, and engineers for centuries, Pumapunku. A part of the Tiwanaku archaeological complex, Pumapunku is often considered one of the most mysterious and advanced ancient sites in the Americas. It is a place where massive, precisely cut stones are arranged in ways that defy conventional understanding of ancient engineering. These stones, some weighing over 100 tons, are meticulously shaped with angles, grooves, and joints that align so precisely that even modern tools and methods struggle to replicate the craftsmanship. The scale, precision, and complexity of Pumapunku challenge our understanding of the technological capabilities of ancient civilizations and raise fundamental questions about how such feats were accomplished. The most striking feature of Pumapunku is its extraordinary stonework. Unlike typical stone structures where stones are roughly hewn and stacked, the stones at Pumapunku are precisely cut with angular edges and surfaces that fit together with almost surgical precision. Many stones at the site are so finely shaped that they appear as though they were made with advanced tools that should not have been available to the builders at the time. Some of the stones have intricate cuts and notches that suggest an understanding of geometry and engineering far beyond what is typically associated with pre-Columbian civilizations. The stones are made from andesite, a volcanic rock that is notoriously difficult to carve, yet the builders of Pumapunku managed to shape it with remarkable precision. This level of craftsmanship has led some to question whether the builders possessed advanced tools or techniques now lost to history, or whether they employed methods that modern scientists have yet to rediscover. What makes the stonework at Pumapunku even more perplexing is the way the stones fit together. Many of the blocks are interlocked in such a way that it is difficult to discern where one stone ends and another begins. The joints are so tight that not even a blade of grass could fit between them. This interlocking design is not just decorative, it has structural significance. The tightness of the joints means that the structure can withstand seismic activity, an important consideration in a region prone to earthquakes. In fact, the precise interlocking of the stones may have been an ancient engineering solution to the seismic instability of the area, a technique that modern engineers have only recently begun to understand. The structural stability of Pumapunku, combined with the accuracy of the stonework, suggests that the builders had an advanced understanding of both materials and construction techniques. In addition to the precision of the stonework, Pumapunku's layout and architectural design reveal a sophisticated understanding of spatial organization. The site is composed of a series of raised platforms, terraces, and ceremonial structures arranged in a complex pattern. The central area of Pumapunku is dominated by a large, rectangular platform, surrounded by smaller platforms and courtyards. The layout of the site is not random, it is carefully organized to reflect a deep understanding of geometry, symmetry, and proportion. The alignment of the structures at Puma Punku is another point of intrigue. Some of the structures are aligned with astronomical events, such as solstices and equinoxes, suggesting that the site may have had astronomical and ritual significance. The precision with which these alignments were achieved further underscores the advanced knowledge of the builders. Puma Punku's construction techniques also raise questions about the methods used to move and position such massive stones. The site's stone blocks are not only enormous but also finely cut, meaning that moving them would have required an immense amount of labor and organization. The stones were quarried from distant locations, some as far as 10 kilometers away from the site, and transported across rugged terrain to Puma Punku. Scholars have proposed various methods for how the stones may have been moved, including the use of levers, ramps, and rolling logs, but no conclusive evidence has been found to confirm any one method. The sheer scale of the construction effort suggests that Puma Punku was a project of immense importance, likely undertaken by a highly organized society with the resources and labor force to support such a monumental endeavor. The lack of a clear explanation for how the stones were transported, shaped, and assembled has led to various theories about the origins of Puma Punku. Some researchers believe that the site was built by the Tiwanaku civilization, while others propose that it was constructed by a more advanced, unknown civilization with knowledge and techniques lost to history. There are even fringe theories that suggest extraterrestrial involvement, pointing to the precision of the stonework and the site's apparent technological sophistication as evidence of a higher intelligence. While these theories remain controversial and unproven, they highlight the profound mystery that surrounds Puma Punku and the questions it raises about ancient technological capabilities. The sheer scale and complexity of Puma Punku also suggest that it was not merely a construction project but a site of great cultural, religious, and political significance. The precision and alignment of the structures, combined with their symbolic carvings, point to a society deeply connected to cosmic and spiritual beliefs. The site's layout, with its carefully organized platforms and terraces, may have been designed to reflect a cosmological view of the world, with each structure representing an aspect of the cosmos or a celestial event. Some scholars have suggested that Puma Punku was a center for ritual activities, possibly associated with the worship of the sun or other celestial bodies, while others believe that the site served as a political or administrative center for the Tiwanaku civilization. Whatever its primary function, it is clear that Puma Punku was more than just a construction project, it was a symbol of the Tiwanaku's cosmological and political power. One of the most perplexing aspects of Puma Punku is the site's apparent abandonment. By the time Spanish explorers arrived in the Americas, Puma Punku had already fallen into ruin, its stones scattered and broken. The reasons for the site's abandonment remain unclear, but scholars have speculated that environmental changes, political upheaval, or warfare may have contributed to the decline of the Tiwanaku civilization. Some have even suggested that the collapse of Puma Punku was tied to a loss of knowledge, with the techniques and methods used to build the site disappearing along with the civilization itself. This theory suggests that the advanced engineering knowledge required to construct Puma Punku was passed down through generations but eventually lost, either due to cultural decline or external factors. The idea that the builders of Puma Punku may have possessed knowledge that was lost to history adds an additional layer of mystery to the site, making it not only a marvel of ancient engineering but also a symbol of forgotten knowledge. Today, Puma Punku remains a site of intense archaeological interest and debate. While much has been uncovered about the site's architecture, layout, and significance, many questions remain unanswered. The precision of the stonework, the methods used to transport and shape the stones, and the reasons behind the site's construction all continue to elude scholars. Despite extensive research, no conclusive explanation has been found for how the Tiwanaku, or any other civilization of the time, could have achieved such advanced engineering feats. The mystery of Puma Punku is one that continues to captivate those who seek to uncover the secrets of ancient civilizations, offering a glimpse into a lost world of innovation, culture, and knowledge. Puma Punku also serves as a reminder of the complexity and sophistication of ancient civilizations. While it is easy to assume that technological advancement is a linear process, with each generation building upon the knowledge of the previous one, sites like Puma Punku challenge this view. The advanced construction techniques and precision of the site suggest that the builders may have had access to knowledge that was not only ahead of their time but may have been lost to history. In this sense, Puma Punku stands as a symbol of human achievement, an enduring monument to the capabilities of ancient peoples, whose innovations and insights continue to inspire awe and wonder. The mystery of how Puma Punku was built may never be fully resolved, but its legacy remains a testament to the ingenuity and creativity of those who came before us. In the end, Puma Punku is more than just a physical site, it is a symbol of the mysteries that lie hidden beneath the surface of our history. As modern technology continues to advance, new discoveries may yet shed light on the techniques and knowledge that allowed the builders of Puma Punku to achieve such extraordinary feats. Until then, the site remains one of the most perplexing and awe-inspiring archaeological sites in the world, a testament to the lost knowledge, innovation, and mystery of the ancient past. Its stones, still standing in the Bolivian desert, continue to challenge our understanding of ancient civilizations, reminding us that there is still much to learn about the incredible achievements of our ancestors. Hidden beneath the lush canopy of the Amazon rainforest, far from the reach of modern civilization, lies an ancient mystery that has perplexed explorers, archaeologists, and scientists alike: the vast, complex networks of ancient cities and structures once thought to be myths or figments of imagination. The discovery of these lost cities has dramatically altered our understanding of pre-Columbian civilizations in the Americas. Long regarded as uninhabitable wilderness, the Amazon basin is now recognized as a cradle of sophisticated urban societies that constructed monumental cities, vast agricultural systems, and intricate networks of roads, all of which were hidden beneath centuries of dense jungle growth. While the Amazon rainforest was once considered a barrier to large-scale civilization, recent findings suggest that ancient civilizations flourished in this environment long before European explorers first set foot in the New World. These discoveries raise questions about how these civilizations managed to thrive in such an unforgiving environment and why they disappeared without a trace, leaving only enigmatic ruins and artifacts scattered throughout the jungle. One of the most significant discoveries in this ongoing exploration of the Amazon is the realization that the region was not a wilderness untouched by human hands, as once believed, but rather a landscape carefully engineered and cultivated by ancient peoples. For centuries, scholars assumed that the dense forests and lowland regions of the Amazon were sparsely populated by small, nomadic tribes who relied on hunting, gathering, and shifting agriculture. However, archaeological evidence, including the use of satellite imagery, LiDAR, light detection and ranging, and ground excavations, has revealed that vast networks of settlements, roads, and agricultural terraces existed across the region. These findings have completely rewritten the narrative of Amazonian history, suggesting that the Amazon was home to complex and highly organized societies, capable of building and maintaining large urban centers. The use of LiDAR technology has been instrumental in uncovering the scale and complexity of these lost civilizations. By scanning the jungle canopy and mapping the underlying terrain, LiDAR has revealed the hidden remains of ancient cities and infrastructure that were previously invisible to the naked eye. The scans have uncovered the outlines of enormous urban centers, including plazas, ceremonial platforms, defensive walls, and even extensive networks of roads and causeways, all of which suggest a level of urban planning and engineering that was once thought to be impossible in the region. These ancient cities were not isolated but interconnected, forming a vast network of trade routes, communication systems, and cultural exchange that spanned hundreds of miles across the Amazon basin. One of the most striking features of these ancient cities is their agricultural systems. The inhabitants of these lost civilizations developed highly sophisticated methods of farming that allowed them to cultivate crops in the nutrient-poor soils of the rainforest. They created raised fields, known as geoglyphs, which were designed to drain excess water during the rainy season and retain moisture during the dry months. These fields were used to grow a variety of crops, including manioc, maize, and various fruits and vegetables. The ability to sustain large populations in such an inhospitable environment speaks to the ingenuity and resourcefulness of these ancient peoples. Moreover, the widespread use of agroforestry techniques, which integrated agricultural practices with the natural environment, allowed these civilizations to thrive for centuries without exhausting the land's resources. The discovery of the ancient cities and their agricultural systems has forced archaeologists to reconsider the nature of Amazonian societies. Previously, it was believed that large-scale civilizations could not have existed in such a dense and difficult environment. The discovery of extensive urban centers and agricultural systems, however, shows that these societies were not only capable of thriving in the Amazon but also of building and sustaining sophisticated cultures. The question that remains, however, is why these civilizations disappeared. Despite their advanced knowledge of agriculture and urban planning, many of these societies mysteriously vanished, leaving behind only the ruins of their once great cities. One theory for the collapse of these Amazonian civilizations is environmental degradation. While the ancient inhabitants of the Amazon were remarkably adept at managing the land and its resources, the expansion of urban centers and agricultural fields may have eventually taken its toll on the environment. Evidence of soil erosion, deforestation, and overuse of resources suggests that these civilizations may have experienced a form of environmental collapse, which could have led to the abandonment of their cities. The idea of environmental collapse is supported by the fact that many of the ancient settlements show signs of being abandoned long before European contact. As the forests reclaimed the land, the cities of the Amazon were gradually hidden beneath the dense vegetation, and their histories were forgotten. Another theory posits that the collapse of these civilizations was due to a combination of internal and external factors. The rise of powerful city-states, competition for resources, and the consolidation of political power may have led to conflict and instability. The Amazonian civilizations, like many others throughout history, may have faced internal divisions that weakened their social and political structures, making them vulnerable to external threats. The arrival of European explorers, with their new diseases, weapons, and technologies, may have further exacerbated the collapse of these societies, hastening their decline. While much of the story of these lost cities remains a mystery, one thing is certain: the Amazon was once home to vibrant, complex civilizations that built monumental cities, cultivated vast agricultural systems, and developed advanced technologies. The discovery of these ancient ruins, hidden beneath the jungle for centuries, is a testament to the ingenuity and resilience of the people who once lived there. These civilizations were not the primitive, isolated tribes that many once imagined. They were sophisticated, interconnected societies that had a profound understanding of their environment and a remarkable ability to adapt to the challenges of the Amazon rainforest. Despite the overwhelming evidence of advanced civilizations in the Amazon, many questions remain unanswered. How did these people manage to thrive in such a difficult environment? What technologies did they use to construct their cities, and how were they able to create such precise and complex infrastructure? What caused the collapse of these civilizations, and why were their histories erased from memory? As researchers continue to study the ruins of these ancient cities, new discoveries will undoubtedly shed light on these mysteries, offering a deeper understanding of the lost civilizations that once thrived in the heart of the Amazon. The story of the lost cities of the Amazon also challenges our broader understanding of human history. The notion that ancient civilizations were confined to the fertile river valleys of Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Andes has long dominated historical scholarship. However, the discovery of vast urban centers in the Amazon demonstrates that the development of complex societies was not restricted to a few select regions but was a global phenomenon. The Amazonian civilizations, with their advanced agricultural techniques, monumental architecture, and interconnected trade networks, provide further evidence that human innovation and cultural development were not limited by geography or climate. As our understanding of the ancient Amazonian civilizations continues to evolve, so too does our perception of the region itself. Once seen as an inhospitable wilderness, the Amazon is now recognized as a land of hidden treasures, a place where ancient knowledge and technologies lie buried beneath the soil, waiting to be uncovered. The discovery of the lost cities of the Amazon is not just a triumph of archaeology but a reminder that much of our human history remains hidden, waiting for the right tools, the right questions, and the right explorers to uncover it. The ancient cities of the Amazon are a testament to human ingenuity, resilience, and the capacity to adapt to even the harshest environments. The people who built these cities understood the land, the sky, and the elements in ways that modern societies are only beginning to appreciate. Their advanced agricultural systems, urban planning, and cultural practices offer valuable lessons for today's world, particularly as we face increasing challenges related to environmental sustainability and urbanization. The story of the lost cities of the Amazon is far from over, and as new discoveries continue to be made, we can only begin to imagine the depth of knowledge and culture that once flourished in this forgotten corner of the world. The lost cities of the Amazon serve as a reminder that history is not just written in books but in the land itself, and there is always more to learn from the past than we could ever have imagined. Beneath the deserts of southern Peru lies one of the world's most enigmatic and perplexing archaeological sites, the Nazca Lines. Stretching across an arid plateau, these massive geoglyphs, some extending over 1,200 feet in length, are so vast that their full scale can only be appreciated from the sky. The Nazca Lines are not just remarkable because of their size, but also due to their intricate design and the ongoing mystery surrounding their purpose and origin. Created between 500 BCE and 500 CE by the Nazca culture, these geoglyphs have defied traditional explanations for over a century, continuing to baffle researchers about how such enormous designs could be created with such precision and why they were made at all. The most striking feature of the Nazca Lines is their sheer size. The largest figures, including animals, plants, and geometric shapes, are so vast that they can only be fully appreciated from an aerial view. It is impossible to understand the scope of the designs by standing on the ground, which raises the first of many questions: how did the Nazca people manage to create such massive geoglyphs without the advantage of aerial perspective? The designs are meticulously arranged on the desert floor, where the dark rocks have been scraped away to reveal the lighter sand beneath, creating patterns that contrast sharply with the surrounding landscape. The accuracy of these designs, especially given the tools available to the Nazca, is nothing short of astounding. The largest figures, such as the figure of a giant hummingbird, are so precise that they seem almost surreal, defying the limitations of what one would expect from a culture without the aid of modern engineering or surveying techniques. What is most perplexing about the Nazca Lines, however, is the absence of a clear purpose. Unlike many other ancient works of art or architecture, there are no surviving written records or oral traditions that explain the purpose of these enormous geoglyphs. Archaeologists have proposed various theories over the years, from astronomical markers to ritualistic or religious symbols, but none of these explanations can fully account for the complexity or scale of the designs. Some believe the lines were intended as a form of astronomical calendar, with specific lines or figures aligning with celestial bodies or events such as solstices and equinoxes. This theory suggests that the Nazca people may have used the lines as part of a ritualistic practice to mark time, track the stars, or even to worship deities tied to the heavens. While astronomical alignments in the lines do exist, the sheer scale of the designs and their complexity seems to point to a deeper cultural or spiritual significance. Others have speculated that the lines were created for ceremonial purposes, perhaps as offerings to the gods. The Nazca people lived in a region with scarce water resources, and many scholars believe the lines may have been an attempt to appease the gods of rain, to ensure the survival of crops in the harsh desert environment. According to this theory, the geoglyphs would have served as a form of ritual sacrifice, a symbol of devotion to the gods in exchange for rain and agricultural prosperity. The arid environment, with its extreme temperature shifts and periodic droughts, would have made the need for rain particularly urgent, and it is possible that the lines were part of a complex religious system designed to secure the survival of the Nazca people. A more outlandish theory, often discussed in fringe circles, is that the Nazca lines were created by or for extraterrestrial beings. The suggestion that the lines may have been designed to be visible from the sky as a form of communication with extraterrestrials, or even as a landing strip for UFOs, has captivated popular imagination. While this theory is far from mainstream, it raises an interesting point about how ancient cultures might have conceptualized the idea of otherworldly visitors or celestial beings. However, the overwhelming consensus among archaeologists is that the lines were created by the Nazca people themselves, likely as part of their religious and cultural practices. Still, the idea of extraterrestrial involvement persists in popular culture, bolstered by the site's mysterious nature and the sheer scale of the designs. One of the key questions surrounding the Nazca lines is how the ancient people were able to achieve such precision in their creation. The lines are perfectly straight, with some extending for miles without deviation. The geometric patterns, animal shapes, and other motifs are drawn with such careful attention to detail that it seems as though they were crafted with modern tools and techniques. This raises the question of how the Nazca were able to create these designs without the benefit of advanced surveying tools or technology. Some archaeologists have suggested that the Nazca used simple but effective tools, such as ropes, stakes, and marking systems, to lay out the designs. The ability to work with such precision and scale would have required a high degree of organization, coordination, and skill, indicating that the Nazca were a highly sophisticated and well-organized society. Another mystery of the Nazca lines is their apparent lack of erosion. Despite their age, estimated to be over 1,500 years old, the lines remain remarkably well preserved. The desert environment, with its dry conditions and lack of rainfall, has undoubtedly played a role in preserving the lines, but it is curious that the lines have not eroded more over time, especially considering the fragility of the materials used in their creation. The geoglyphs are made by scraping away the desert surface to expose the lighter-colored sand beneath, and this process is inherently vulnerable to natural forces such as wind, rain, and seismic activity. The fact that the lines remain so intact suggests that they were designed with long-term preservation in mind, perhaps indicating that the builders had a deeper understanding of their environment and how to create enduring structures. While the Nazca lines are often thought of as a single, unified site, they actually consist of hundreds of individual figures and lines spread out across a vast area. The figures range from simple geometric shapes, such as circles and triangles, to complex depictions of animals, including a monkey, a spider, a whale, and the aforementioned hummingbird. Each of these figures is meticulously designed and requires a significant amount of effort to create. The diversity of design suggests that the Nazca people had a deep understanding of their surroundings and a sophisticated knowledge of the natural world. The animals depicted in the lines are not only artistic representations but may also have held symbolic or religious significance. The choice to depict certain animals, such as the spider or the monkey, may reflect the Nazca's reverence for these creatures and their connection to the natural world. The discovery of the Nazca lines in the 1920s sparked widespread interest and intrigue, and subsequent studies have only deepened the mystery surrounding their purpose and construction. Over the years, scientists and archaeologists have conducted numerous surveys and excavations at the site, and modern technologies such as satellite imagery and LiDAR have provided new insights into the scale and layout of the lines. However, despite decades of research, no definitive explanation has been found for why the Nazca created these vast, intricate designs or how they were able to achieve such precision without the aid of modern technology. The ongoing fascination with the Nazca lines is not only due to their sheer size and precision but also because they offer a tantalizing glimpse into the religious and cultural beliefs of an ancient people whose society has long since vanished. The lines are a testament to the ingenuity and skill of the Nazca people, who were able to manipulate the environment around them to create something lasting and awe-inspiring. The mystery of the Nazca lines, how they were built, why they were created, and what they mean, continues to captivate archaeologists, historians, and the public, and will likely remain one of the most enduring mysteries of ancient civilization. In the highlands of Ecuador, nestled between the Andes Mountains and the Amazon basin, lies a site that has mystified archaeologists for centuries, the mysterious Ingapirca ruins. The largest known archaeological site from the pre-Columbian era in Ecuador, Ingapirca is a complex of stone structures whose purpose, methods of construction, and cultural significance remain subjects of intense debate. What makes Ingapirca so perplexing is not just its scale and the sophistication of its engineering but the ambiguity surrounding its origins and who exactly built it. Some believe it was constructed by the Canary people, while others argue that the Inca Empire, which arrived in the region later, was responsible for its expansion and eventual prominence. Regardless of who the builders were, the site offers a tantalizing glimpse into the past, shedding light on a civilization that existed long before the arrival of European settlers. At the heart of Ingapirca lies the so-called Temple of the Sun, a precisely constructed elliptical platform surrounded by walls of finely dressed stone. The temple's design is one of the most remarkable aspects of the site. Its oval shape is a notable feature, as it contrasts with the typical rectangular or square layouts of other ancient structures in the region. The alignment of the walls is carefully oriented with the cardinal directions, demonstrating a sophisticated understanding of geometry and celestial observation. This precision is not coincidental. Many believe the Temple of the Sun was used for astronomical observations, perhaps for tracking the movements of the sun during solstices or other significant celestial events. The temple's unique architecture reflects both the cultural and spiritual significance of the site to the people who built it. The stones used in the construction of Ingapurka's walls are expertly shaped, and the masonry is of such high quality that it has withstood centuries of earthquakes and environmental change. Unlike the more typical dry stone construction seen in other ancient civilizations, the stones at Ingapurka are tightly interlocked, with no mortar or binding material used to hold them in place. This technique, known as ashlar masonry, allows the stones to fit together with remarkable precision, creating structures that are both aesthetically pleasing and structurally sound. This advanced construction method, which is also found at other Inca sites, highlights the engineering ingenuity of the builders and their knowledge of materials and construction techniques. The overall layout of Ingapurka is indicative of a highly organized society. The site contains a series of terraces, plazas, and other structures, all arranged in a way that suggests careful planning and foresight. The terraces were likely used for agricultural purposes, as the Andean highlands are known for their fertile soils and high-altitude farming. The layout of these terraces, combined with sophisticated irrigation systems, enabled the people of Ingapurka to cultivate crops in a challenging mountainous environment. The presence of ceremonial plazas and public spaces suggests that the site was not just a functional center but also a hub for religious, social, and political activities. One of the most intriguing aspects of Ingapurka is the question of its purpose. While it is generally agreed that the site served a religious function, there is considerable debate about what exactly those religious functions were. Some scholars believe that Ingapurka was primarily a place of worship, dedicated to the sun god Inti, a central figure in both Canary and Inca cosmology. The precision with which the Temple of the Sun aligns with the solstices and other celestial phenomena supports this theory, suggesting that the temple may have been used for astronomical rituals and ceremonies tied to the agricultural calendar. In this context, the temple's construction would have been an expression of the people's connection to the cosmos, with the sun serving as a key symbol of life, fertility, and divine power. Other scholars, however, believe that Ingapurka may have served a more political or administrative role. The site's strategic location, situated along key trade routes, suggests that it may have functioned as a center of commerce or governance. The presence of extensive terraces and irrigation systems also indicates that the site was capable of sustaining a large population, which may have made it a regional hub for the surrounding communities. If this theory is correct, Ingapurka could have been a place where the political elites of the Canary and later the Inca gathered to coordinate trade, diplomacy, and governance, while also performing religious rituals to legitimize their power. Adding to the intrigue of Ingapurka is its complex relationship with the Inca Empire. The Inca, who came to dominate the Andes by the 15th century, are known for their remarkable engineering feats and their ability to integrate diverse cultures and peoples into their empire. However, the Inca did not build Ingapurka from the ground up. Instead, they expanded and modified the existing Canary settlement, incorporating their own architectural styles and religious practices. The Inca influence at Ingapurka is most evident in the construction of the Temple of the Sun, which, while still reflecting Canary traditions, incorporates elements of Inca engineering and cosmology. Some scholars argue that the site was originally a Canary ceremonial center, which the Inca adopted and adapted after their conquest of the region. The question of who built Ingapurka, the Canary or the Inca, is further complicated by the lack of definitive evidence. The Canary people were an indigenous civilization who occupied the highland region of Ecuador long before the Inca arrived. They had their own distinct culture, language, and religious practices, and they were known for their advanced knowledge of agriculture, irrigation, and metalworking. The Inca, on the other hand, were a militaristic empire that expanded through conquest and diplomacy, assimilating other cultures and imposing their own architectural and religious practices on conquered territories. While the Incas certainly left their mark on Ingapirca, many of the structures at the site, including the Temple of the Sun, are thought to be Canary in origin, suggesting that the site was a fusion of both cultures. One of the challenges in understanding Ingapirca is the lack of detailed written records. The Canary people did not have a written language, and while the Inca employed a system of quipu, not records, to record information, no quipu have been found at Ingapirca. This has made it difficult for researchers to fully understand the site's history, its significance, and the relationships between the various cultures that interacted there. In the absence of written records, archaeologists rely on the physical evidence at the site, such as the architecture, the ceramics, and the stone tools, along with oral traditions passed down by indigenous communities, to piece together the history of Ingapirca. Despite the challenges, ongoing research and excavation at Ingapirca continue to yield valuable insights into the site's history and significance. Archaeologists have uncovered a wealth of artifacts, including pottery, jewelry, and tools, that provide clues to the daily lives of the people who inhabited the site. The presence of both Canary and Inca artifacts suggests that Ingapirca was a cultural crossroads, where different traditions and practices merged and coexisted. The discovery of these artifacts, combined with the site's unique architecture and layout, offers a window into the complex social, political, and religious dynamics of the pre-Columbian Andes. While the exact purpose of Ingapirca may never be fully understood, it is clear that the site was a center of great cultural and historical significance. The sophisticated engineering, the precision of the stonework, and the careful alignment of the buildings with celestial events all speak to a people with advanced knowledge of astronomy, agriculture, and architecture. The blending of Canary and Inca influences at the site also highlights the complexity of the Andean world, where different cultures, languages, and traditions interacted and influenced one another. Ingapirca is not just an archaeological site, it is a testament to the ingenuity and resilience of the indigenous peoples of the Andes, whose contributions to human history are only beginning to be fully appreciated. As research at Ingapirca continues, more discoveries will likely be made that further illuminate the mysteries of this ancient site. For now, it remains one of the most intriguing and enigmatic locations in South America, a symbol of the complex and diverse cultures that once flourished in the Andean highlands. The legacy of Ingapirca, like so many other ancient sites, is one that challenges our understanding of the past and reminds us that there is still much to learn about the civilizations that once called this land home. In the heart of the Peruvian highlands, deep within the Sacred Valley, lies an archaeological wonder that has captivated historians, archaeologists, and travelers for centuries, Machu Picchu. Often referred to as the lost city of the Incas, this magnificent site is not just a feat of engineering but a symbol of the profound cultural and spiritual legacy of the Inca civilization. Machu Picchu, with its breathtaking location perched high in the Andes, remains one of the most mysterious and iconic archaeological sites in the world. Yet despite its fame, many aspects of the site's origins, purpose, and construction continue to elude researchers, making it an enduring enigma that continues to spark curiosity and debate. Machu Picchu was constructed during the reign of the Inca Emperor Pachacuti in the mid-15th century, but its exact purpose has been the subject of much speculation. Situated at an altitude of over 7,000 feet above sea level, the site is a combination of temples, terraces, palaces, and plazas, all meticulously constructed with the same precision that characterizes Inca architecture. The site's most remarkable feature is its stonework. The Incas were known for their sophisticated masonry techniques, particularly their use of precisely cut stones that fit together without mortar. The stones at Machu Picchu are no exception, they are perfectly shaped and interlocked, with no gaps or seams, showcasing the engineering prowess of the Inca builders. This method of construction, known as ashlar masonry, not only gave the structures a striking aesthetic but also ensured their durability against the forces of nature, including earthquakes, which are common in the region. What makes Machu Picchu even more extraordinary is its integration with the natural landscape. The site was strategically placed to take advantage of the surrounding mountains, rivers, and valleys, and its design is closely aligned with the natural world. The Inca believed that their connection to the earth, the sun, and the stars was central to their spiritual and political power, and this is reflected in the way Machu Picchu was built. The layout of the site is carefully oriented to the cardinal points, with several structures aligned with the rising and setting sun, as well as with the solstices. This alignment suggests that Machu Picchu may have served as a religious center, with its temples and shrines dedicated to the worship of the sun god Inti. The importance of the sun in Inca cosmology cannot be overstated. It was seen as the source of life and energy, and its daily cycle governed the rhythms of Inca society. The most iconic feature of Machu Picchu is the Intihuatana, a ritual stone often referred to as the hitching post of the sun. This carved stone structure is located at the highest point of the site and is believed to have been used by the Incas as an astronomical observatory and a place for sun worship. The Intihuatana was likely used to mark the solstices and other celestial events, and it is thought that it played a central role in religious ceremonies. The exact function of the Intihuatana remains uncertain, but its placement and design suggest that it was a key component in the Incas' efforts to align their built environment with the cosmos. Machu Picchu's location, on a ridge between two sharp peaks, has also contributed to its mystery. The site is incredibly difficult to access, with steep, narrow trails and cliffs that make it almost impossible to reach without significant effort. This remote location has sparked theories about why the site was built in such an inaccessible area. Some have suggested that Machu Picchu was a royal retreat for the Inca emperor, a place of leisure and seclusion away from the demands of governance. Others believe that it was a military stronghold, strategically placed to control access to the region and to provide a vantage point over the valley below. Still, others argue that it was a spiritual center, a place of pilgrimage and worship, where the Incas could connect with the gods in a sacred and isolated environment. What makes the construction of Machu Picchu even more impressive is the limited technology available to the Incas. The Inca were a pre-industrial civilization, and yet they managed to construct a site of such scale and precision without the use of the wheel or metal tools. The stones at Machu Picchu were quarried from the surrounding mountains and transported to the site without the aid of draft animals or wheeled carts. Instead, the Incas used a system of ropes, ramps, and levers to move the massive stones, many of which weigh several tons. The ability to move and position such enormous blocks with such precision is a testament to the ingenuity and resourcefulness of the Inca builders. Despite its remote location, Machu Picchu was not a secret lost to time. The site was known to local indigenous groups for centuries, but it remained largely unknown to the outside world until its rediscovery in 1911 by the American explorer Hiram Bingham. Bingham's expeditions brought international attention to Machu Picchu, and since then, the site has become one of the most visited and studied archaeological sites in the world. However, Bingham's rediscovery of the site has not been without controversy. His excavation efforts, which included removing thousands of artifacts from Machu Picchu, were criticized for their lack of respect for the site's cultural heritage. Furthermore, some researchers argue that the site was already known to local populations, who had preserved its location and significance. Regardless of how Machu Picchu came to the attention of the outside world, its discovery has had a profound impact on our understanding of Inca civilization and its cultural achievements. Over the decades, archaeological research at Machu Picchu has revealed much about its construction and use, but many questions remain unanswered. For example, the purpose of the site itself is still debated. Was it primarily a royal retreat, a religious sanctuary, or a military outpost? Some researchers argue that it was a religious center, based on its alignment with celestial events and its proximity to water sources that were essential to Inca rituals. Others believe that it was a political and military center, built to assert the power and dominance of the Inca Empire in the region. The lack of written records from the Incas complicates the task of deciphering the exact purpose of Machu Picchu, and the absence of detailed information from the time of its construction leaves much open to interpretation. The abandonment of Machu Picchu is another source of mystery. While the Inca Empire flourished for several centuries, Machu Picchu was eventually abandoned in the 16th century, likely as a result of the Spanish conquest of the Andes. After the Spanish arrived in Peru, the Inca Empire began to collapse under pressure from foreign invaders, internal conflict, and the spread of disease. Machu Picchu, being a remote and difficult-to-reach site, may have been abandoned as the Inca were forced to retreat to other areas. Its isolation in the mountains helped preserve it from Spanish discovery, and the site remained largely forgotten until Bingham's rediscovery. Today, Machu Picchu stands as one of the most iconic symbols of the Inca Empire and a testament to the incredible achievements of its people. The site is a UNESCO World Heritage Site and draws millions of visitors from around the world each year. It serves as a reminder of the sophistication, ingenuity, and spiritual depth of the Inca civilization. Yet even as modern technology and research have uncovered much about the site, Machu Picchu remains an enduring mystery, inviting questions about its purpose, construction, and significance. The legacy of the Inca is still alive in the ruins of Machu Picchu, and as scholars continue to explore and study the site, new insights into the history and culture of the Incas will continue to emerge. Despite centuries of study, Machu Picchu still holds secrets that may never be fully understood. Its remote location, intricate construction, and profound cultural significance continue to capture the imagination of all who visit it. For many, Machu Picchu is not just a historical site, it is a place of wonder, awe, and spiritual reflection. It is a place where the ancient world and the modern world converge, reminding us of the remarkable civilizations that once thrived in the Andes and the mysteries that still remain in the shadows of history. Nestled high in the arid mountains of Bolivia, there lies a site that has intrigued and perplexed archaeologists and historians for centuries, the ruins of Tiwanaku. Known as one of the most significant pre-Columbian archaeological sites in South America, Tiwanaku offers a window into an ancient civilization whose achievements in architecture, agriculture, and astronomy remain unmatched. The sheer scale of its construction, combined with its mysterious purpose and the advanced engineering techniques used in its creation, has made Tiwanaku a symbol of ancient ingenuity. Yet, despite decades of research, many aspects of Tiwanaku remain shrouded in mystery, leaving scholars to wonder who the builders were, how they constructed such a sophisticated city, and what ultimately caused its decline. Tiwanaku is located near the southern shores of Lake Titicaca, at an altitude of over 12,000 feet above sea level, making it one of the highest archaeological sites in the world. The site itself is massive, covering an area of over 2 square miles, with a central ceremonial complex surrounded by extensive agricultural terraces, residential areas, and monumental structures. It is believed to have been a major urban center and a spiritual hub, thriving between approximately 300 BCE and 1000 CE. During its peak, Tiwanaku was a thriving metropolis, housing thousands of people and serving as the center of a vast network of trade and political power that stretched across the Andean region. Yet, despite its prominence, little is known about the specific people who inhabited the city, and even less is understood about the reasons for its sudden collapse. The construction of Tiwanaku is a testament to the advanced engineering skills of its creators. One of the most remarkable features of the site is the precision with which the stone structures were built. The stones used in the construction of Tiwanaku's temples, walls, and gateways are massive, some weighing several tons, and they fit together with incredible precision. This technique, known as ashlar masonry, involves shaping each stone to fit perfectly with its neighbors, with no mortar or binding material. The result is a construction style that is not only aesthetically striking but also highly durable. The stones have withstood centuries of earthquakes, extreme weather, and the passage of time, leaving behind structures that are as impressive today as they were when they were first built. The most famous example of this stonework is the Puma Punku complex, where massive blocks of stone have been carved into intricate shapes, some of which are so precisely cut that modern tools would have difficulty achieving the same level of accuracy. Despite the obvious skill involved in the construction of Tiwanaku, the techniques used to move and shape these massive stones remain a mystery. The builders of Tiwanaku had no access to the wheel or draft animals, yet they were able to transport stones weighing many tons across great distances and carve them into complex shapes with remarkable precision. The methods they used to achieve this are still a subject of debate. Some researchers believe that the builders used simple tools, such as levers, ropes, and ramps, to move the stones into place. Others speculate that they may have had access to advanced technology that has since been lost to history, though there is little concrete evidence to support such claims. The question of how these ancient people managed to create such an advanced city with the tools and technology available to them is one of the central mysteries of Tiwanaku. Another feature that sets Tiwanaku apart from other ancient sites is its astronomical significance. The city was carefully aligned with the movements of the sun, moon, and stars, suggesting that the inhabitants of Tiwanaku had a deep understanding of celestial events. The most famous example of this is the semi-subterranean temple, a structure whose walls are adorned with carved stone heads that are thought to represent the gods or ancestors of the Tiwanaku people. The temple's alignment with the sun and other celestial bodies indicates that it was likely used for ritualistic purposes, such as marking the solstices or conducting ceremonies tied to agricultural cycles. The people of Tiwanaku were known to have relied heavily on agriculture, particularly the cultivation of potatoes and quinoa, and their understanding of the cycles of the sun and moon would have been crucial for planning planting and harvesting times. In addition to its astronomical importance, Tiwanaku was also a center of religious and cultural significance. The city contains several large ceremonial platforms and plazas, many of which were likely used for public rituals and festivals. The most famous of these is the Akapana Pyramid, a massive stepped platform that was likely used for religious ceremonies and offerings to the gods. The site also contains several monolithic structures, such as the Gate of the Sun, a large stone archway that is thought to have had astronomical and religious significance. The Gate of the Sun is decorated with intricate carvings, including images of gods, animals, and geometric patterns, which may represent the Tiwanaku's cosmological beliefs. Some scholars believe that the Gate of the Sun was used to mark important astronomical events, such as the solstices, and that it played a central role in the religious practices of the Tiwanaku people. Despite the impressive construction and religious significance of Tiwanaku, the site's decline remains a mystery. By the time the Inca Empire rose to power in the 15th century, Tiwanaku had already fallen into disrepair, and much of its once great city had been abandoned. The reasons for its collapse are not fully understood, but several theories have been proposed. One possibility is that environmental factors, such as drought or soil depletion, may have contributed to the decline of the city. The high-altitude environment of Tiwanaku was not conducive to large-scale agriculture, and the extensive terracing systems that surrounded the city may have become unsustainable over time. Additionally, some researchers believe that social or political factors, such as internal conflict or the rise of rival powers, may have played a role in the site's abandonment. The collapse of Tiwanaku has led to widespread speculation about the fate of its people. Some believe that the inhabitants of the city were absorbed into neighboring cultures, while others suggest that they migrated to other regions of the Andes, leaving behind only the ruins of their once great civilization. The mystery of Tiwanaku's decline is compounded by the fact that much of its history remains undocumented. Unlike the Inca, who left behind a wealth of written records, the people of Tiwanaku did not have a written language, and little is known about their society, religion, or politics. The absence of written records has made it difficult for researchers to fully understand the rise and fall of Tiwanaku, and many questions about its history remain unanswered. In the absence of written sources, archaeologists have relied on physical evidence, such as pottery, artifacts, and architectural features, to reconstruct the history of the site. The process of piecing together the story of Tiwanaku is ongoing, and new discoveries are still being made that shed light on the site's past. Despite the many unanswered questions, Tiwanaku remains a powerful symbol of ancient achievement and mystery. Its advanced architecture, astronomical knowledge, and religious significance continue to inspire awe and fascination. The ruins of Tiwanaku stand as a testament to the ingenuity and resilience of the people who built it, and they offer a glimpse into a civilization that existed long before the rise of the Inca Empire. As research at the site continues, new insights into the history and culture of the Tiwanaku people will undoubtedly emerge, helping to unravel some of the many mysteries that still surround this ancient Andean civilization. In the end, Tiwanaku's legacy serves as a reminder that there is still much we have yet to learn about the ancient civilizations of the Americas and the remarkable achievements they left behind. At the heart of the Amazon rainforest, hidden beneath the dense canopy of trees, lies a vast and enigmatic network of ancient ruins that continues to baffle archaeologists and historians. These ruins, scattered across the jungles of South America, are often referred to as the lost cities of the Amazon. For centuries, these cities remained obscured by thick vegetation and the inaccessibility of the jungle, and only in recent decades have advances in technology and exploration begun to reveal their secrets. The most intriguing of these discoveries is the site of the ancient city of Ciudad Blanca, or the White City, a legendary metropolis thought to have been home to a powerful and highly advanced civilization long before the arrival of European colonizers. The mystery surrounding Ciudad Blanca has persisted for centuries, and the search for it has captivated adventurers, explorers, and archaeologists alike. Ciudad Blanca, believed to be located in the dense forests of Honduras, is a city of immense historical and cultural significance, yet its existence remains clouded in mystery. The city was first mentioned in 16th-century Spanish accounts, when conquistadors described a place rich in gold and treasures, its white buildings shining under the tropical sun. This mysterious city, with its rumored wealth, captivated the imaginations of explorers for generations, but despite numerous expeditions and searches, it remained elusive, and some even questioned whether it had ever existed. For years, Ciudad Blanca was dismissed as a myth, a story told by early explorers to explain their failures in finding gold in the New World. However, recent discoveries have begun to suggest that the city may have indeed been real, and that it was a sophisticated urban center with a rich and complex history. One of the most significant breakthroughs in the search for Ciudad Blanca came in the 21st century, when advanced technologies, such as LiDAR, light detection and ranging, were employed to scan the dense jungle floor. LiDAR, which uses laser pulses to map the ground beneath dense foliage, revealed a vast network of ruins, including pyramids, plazas, and roads, hidden beneath the trees. These findings were groundbreaking, providing the first tangible evidence that a major civilization had once flourished in the region. The LiDAR scans uncovered more than 60,000 structures, including sophisticated agricultural terraces, monumental platforms, and other architectural features, all pointing to a complex and highly organized society that had once thrived in the heart of the Amazon rainforest. These discoveries have reignited interest in the lost city of Ciudad Blanca, and archaeologists are now working tirelessly to uncover the secrets of this ancient civilization. While the LiDAR data has confirmed the existence of an ancient city, the exact identity of its inhabitants remains a subject of debate. Some scholars believe that Ciudad Blanca was part of the ancient Maya civilization, known for their advanced knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, and writing. The Maya civilization flourished in Central America for over 1,000 years, and it is believed that they built many of the monumental structures found in the region. However, other researchers argue that Ciudad Blanca may have been home to a distinct civilization, one that was not connected to the Maya or any other known culture. The architecture of the ruins does not appear to match that of the Maya, and there are no known written records from the site that would provide definitive clues about the identity of its builders. Regardless of the civilization's origins, what is clear is that Ciudad Blanca was a highly advanced society, capable of constructing monumental structures and engaging in sophisticated agricultural practices. The city's strategic location in the heart of the Amazon also raises questions about how its inhabitants were able to thrive in such a challenging environment. The Amazon rainforest is often thought of as a vast, untamed wilderness, but the recent discoveries suggest that the region may have been home to a highly organized and industrious population. The ruins uncovered by LiDAR include evidence of extensive agricultural terraces, irrigation systems, and other infrastructure that would have been necessary to support a large urban center. The presence of these features suggests that the people of Ciudad Blanca were capable of managing the challenges of the rainforest, using their knowledge of the environment to create a sustainable and thriving society. Some researchers believe that the city may have been part of a larger network of cities, connected by a system of roads and trade routes that allowed the inhabitants to exchange goods and ideas with neighboring cultures. The discovery of these ancient trade routes further supports the idea that Ciudad Blanca was an important center of commerce and culture in the ancient world. The identity and purpose of Ciudad Blanca's inhabitants are further complicated by the lack of written records. While the Maya and other ancient civilizations of the Americas left behind inscriptions and codices that provide insights into their culture and history, there are no known written records from Ciudad Blanca. This lack of documentation has made it difficult for archaeologists to piece together the city's history and understand the lives of its people. However, some clues can be gleaned from the architectural features and artifacts found at the site. The monumental structures, such as the pyramids and plazas, suggest that the city was an important religious and political center. The presence of large platforms and ceremonial spaces indicates that rituals and ceremonies may have been central to the culture of Ciudad Blanca, possibly reflecting the spiritual and cosmological beliefs of its inhabitants. One of the most intriguing aspects of Ciudad Blanca is the legend of its wealth. Spanish explorers and conquistadors who passed through the region in the 16th century spoke of a city filled with gold, its buildings gleaming with precious metals. These accounts, though often exaggerated, fueled the search for Ciudad Blanca and led many to believe that the city was a rich and powerful kingdom. While the LiDAR scans have confirmed the existence of the city, no evidence of gold or other treasures has been found at the site. Some researchers speculate that the city's wealth may have been metaphorical, representing the prosperity and cultural richness of the civilization rather than literal gold. Others believe that the treasures described by the Spanish explorers may have been looted or destroyed over time, either by the Spanish themselves or by other forces that contributed to the city's eventual decline. The decline of Ciudad Blanca remains one of the greatest mysteries surrounding the site. Like many ancient civilizations, the city appears to have experienced a collapse, but the reasons for its downfall are unclear. Some archaeologists suggest that environmental factors, such as deforestation, soil depletion, or climate change, may have played a role in the city's abandonment. The Amazon rainforest is a fragile ecosystem, and the demands of large-scale agriculture may have led to the depletion of resources that supported the city's population. Other theories suggest that social or political factors may have contributed to the city's decline, such as internal conflict, warfare, or the rise of neighboring civilizations that outcompete Ciudad Blanca for resources and power. Whatever the cause, it seems clear that the city was abandoned long before the arrival of the Spanish, and its rediscovery in the modern era has only deepened the sense of mystery surrounding it. Today, Ciudad Blanca stands as one of the most exciting and enigmatic archaeological sites in the world. Its rediscovery has opened up new possibilities for understanding the ancient civilizations of the Americas and the complex interactions between different cultures in the pre-Columbian era. The search for the lost city is far from over, and as technology continues to advance, archaeologists are optimistic that more secrets of Ciudad Blanca will be uncovered. Whether the city was a center of gold and treasure or simply a sophisticated society with a rich cultural legacy, the story of Ciudad Blanca is one that continues to captivate the imagination, offering a tantalizing glimpse into a lost world that once thrived deep within the Amazon jungle. High in the mountains of Mexico, near the modern-day city of Puebla, lies one of the most extraordinary and puzzling archaeological sites in North America, the ruins of the ancient city of Teotihuacan. Known as the City of the Gods, Teotihuacan is one of the largest and most influential urban centers of the ancient Americas, yet much about its origins, inhabitants, and the purpose of its grandiose structures remains shrouded in mystery. Teotihuacan flourished between the 1st and 7th centuries CE, at the height of its power, and was home to a population that, at its peak, could have numbered as many as 200,000 people. Its influence spread far and wide, reaching across Mesoamerica, but even though it had a lasting cultural impact, the identity of its builders and the reasons for its eventual decline remain elusive. For centuries, Teotihuacan has intrigued scholars and visitors alike, with many asking, who were the people who built this magnificent city, and why did they abandon it? The layout of Teotihuacan is nothing short of spectacular. Covering an area of approximately 20 square kilometers, the city was one of the most carefully planned urban centers of its time. The city is organized along a grid system, with wide, straight roads that divide the site into distinct sections. The most famous and most studied of these roads is the Avenue of the Dead, a massive thoroughfare that runs north-south through the heart of the city. The Avenue of the Dead stretches for over 2 kilometers and is flanked by monumental structures, including the Pyramid of the Moon at the northern end and the Pyramid of the Sun in the center. These towering pyramids, made of stone and adobe, were the largest structures in the city and served as focal points for religious ceremonies, political gatherings, and social activities. The sheer size and scale of the pyramids are breathtaking, and they reflect the advanced engineering and organizational skills of the Teotihuacan people. The Pyramid of the Sun, the largest structure in Teotihuacan, stands at an impressive height of over 200 feet and is built on top of a large platform. It is believed to have been used for religious rituals, possibly dedicated to the sun god, who was central to the religious beliefs of many Mesoamerican cultures. The pyramid is aligned with the cardinal directions, and its position relative to the surrounding mountains suggests that it was built with a deep understanding of astronomy. The construction of the Pyramid of the Sun is a testament to the Teotihuacan people's advanced knowledge of architecture and their ability to create monumental structures without the use of metal tools or draft animals. The pyramid is constructed from millions of stones, each of which was carefully cut and shaped to fit together, creating a structure that has withstood the test of time. Along with the Pyramid of the Sun, the Pyramid of the Moon is another iconic feature of Teotihuacan. Located at the northern end of the Avenue of the Dead, this pyramid is slightly smaller than its counterpart but is equally impressive in terms of its design and significance. Like the Pyramid of the Sun, the Pyramid of the Moon is aligned with the cardinal directions, and it is thought to have been used for religious ceremonies, possibly related to the moon goddess or the cycles of the moon. Excavations at the base of the pyramid have revealed several tombs, which suggests that it may have also been a burial site for important individuals, further emphasizing its spiritual and political significance. In addition to these monumental pyramids, Teotihuacan is home to numerous smaller temples, palaces, and residential areas. The city's residential neighborhoods are particularly noteworthy because they provide insight into the daily lives of its inhabitants. The apartment compounds, as they are known, were built around central courtyards and were home to several families. The walls of these compounds were adorned with murals that depicted scenes of daily life, religious rituals, and mythological themes. These murals provide a glimpse into the beliefs, customs, and practices of the Teotihuacan people, but much of their meaning remains unclear. The art of Teotihuacan is distinctive, characterized by vibrant colors and bold, stylized forms, and it reflects a society that was both highly artistic and deeply spiritual. One of the most intriguing aspects of Teotihuacan is its enigmatic identity. Unlike many other ancient civilizations in the Americas, Teotihuacan left no written records. The people who built and inhabited the city did not use a system of writing, and there are no known inscriptions that can tell us about their rulers, their culture, or their history. This lack of written documentation has made it difficult for researchers to understand the exact nature of Teotihuacan society. While some scholars have speculated that Teotihuacan was a theocratic society ruled by a powerful priesthood, others believe that it was a militaristic state, with rulers who wielded considerable political power. The lack of clear evidence has led to many theories and much speculation, but no definitive answers. Even the name, Teotihuacan, itself is a mystery. The name, which means, the place where the gods were created, in the Nahuatl language, was given to the city by the Aztecs, who discovered the ruins centuries after the city's abandonment. It is unclear what the city's original inhabitants called it, and the true meaning of the name remains a subject of debate. Despite the absence of written records, there is evidence to suggest that Teotihuacan was a powerful and influential city in Mesoamerica. The city's influence extended far beyond its borders, and its art, architecture, and religious practices were adopted by many neighboring cultures. The Teotihuacan style of art, for example, can be found in the ruins of other Mesoamerican cities, such as Cholula and Tikal. The city also played a key role in regional trade, as it was strategically located along important trade routes that connected the highlands of central Mexico with the coastal regions. Archaeological evidence suggests that Teotihuacan traded in a wide variety of goods, including obsidian, ceramics, and textiles. This trade network would have allowed the city to acquire resources from distant regions, further contributing to its wealth and power. The eventual decline of Teotihuacan remains one of the greatest mysteries of the ancient world. By the 7th century CE, the city began to experience a gradual decline, and by the end of the century, it was largely abandoned. The reasons for this decline are still not fully understood, but several theories have been proposed. Some researchers believe that internal conflict, possibly between different factions within the city, led to its downfall. Others suggest that environmental factors, such as soil erosion or deforestation, may have contributed to the collapse. There is also evidence to suggest that Teotihuacan may have been weakened by external pressures, such as invasions by neighboring cultures or the rise of rival city-states. Regardless of the cause, Teotihuacan's abandonment marked the end of an era for one of Mesoamerica's greatest cities, and the once thriving metropolis fell into ruins. Today, Teotihuacan stands as one of the most important archaeological sites in the world. It has been designated as a UNESCO World Heritage Site and attracts millions of visitors each year. The city's towering pyramids, intricate murals, and sophisticated urban planning continue to awe and inspire those who visit. Despite centuries of study, much of Teotihuacan's history remains a mystery, and the city's identity, purpose, and decline continue to fascinate scholars and visitors alike. As research continues and new discoveries are made, it is likely that more will be learned about this ancient city and its people, but for now, Teotihuacan remains a monument to the mysteries of the past, a place where the gods were believed to have been created, and where the legacy of a lost civilization still lingers in the shadows of the ancient pyramids. Tucked deep within the dense jungles of southern Mexico, the ruins of Palenque stand as one of the most spectacular and mysterious ancient cities of the Maya civilization. This once thriving metropolis, located in the Chiapas highlands, is famous for its stunning architecture, intricate carvings, and complex history. Palenque's legacy as a powerful city-state during the classic period of the Maya civilization is undisputed, but like many other ancient ruins in Mesoamerica, the true nature of its decline and the ultimate fate of its rulers remain shrouded in mystery. For centuries, the city remained lost to the jungle, its grandeur hidden beneath the overgrowth, only to be rediscovered in the 18th century. Today, Palenque is one of the most important archaeological sites in Mexico, drawing tourists and researchers alike to explore its ancient temples, palaces, and tombs. But despite the many mysteries uncovered, Palenque's history still raises more questions than answers. Palenque, known in ancient times as La Cama, was at its height between the 7th and 8th centuries CE, though its origins stretch back to the pre-classic period, around 1000 BCE. The city is located near the border between Mexico and Guatemala, in a region known for its lush, tropical environment. The Maya, famous for their sophisticated understanding of astronomy, mathematics, and engineering, built Palenque as a grand ceremonial and administrative center. What sets Palenque apart from other Maya cities is not only its magnificent architecture but also its role as the seat of power for some of the most famous rulers in Maya history, most notably Pacal the Great, who reigned from 615 CE until his death in 683 CE. Under Pacal's leadership, Palenque flourished as a cultural and political hub, and his tomb, located in the Temple of the Inscriptions, remains one of the most significant discoveries in Maya archaeology. The Temple of the Inscriptions, with its towering structure and extensive carvings, is perhaps the most famous and most studied monument at Palenque. This pyramid temple was built as a funerary monument for Pacal, and it contains a hidden chamber deep within its core that holds his tomb. The tomb itself was found in 1952 by the archaeologist Alberto Ruz-Luwilier, who made the groundbreaking discovery of Pacal's sarcophagus. The sarcophagus, intricately decorated with carvings that depict Pacal's journey to the underworld, is one of the most remarkable finds in Maya archaeology. What makes Pacal's tomb particularly fascinating is the size and opulence of the burial, indicating that he was an important and powerful figure. Pacal's tomb contains numerous objects, including jade jewelry, pottery, and other ceremonial items, which highlight the wealth and status of the Maya elite. One of the most intriguing aspects of Pacal's tomb is the iconic relief on the sarcophagus lid. The lid portrays Pacal in a cosmic pose, lying on his back with his arms extended outward, surrounded by celestial symbols and imagery. Some researchers believe that this image represents Pakal's journey to the afterlife, as he is depicted descending into the underworld, the realm of Xibalba. However, what has captured the imagination of many is the way in which Pakal's figure is positioned. Some have speculated that the imagery on the sarcophagus lid has similarities to depictions of astronauts or even extraterrestrial beings, leading to theories that suggest a connection between the Maya and ancient alien visitors. While these ideas are highly speculative and not supported by mainstream archaeology, they have nonetheless contributed to the ongoing mystery and fascination surrounding Palenque. The tomb of Pakal is not only significant for its grand scale but also for what it tells us about Maya beliefs concerning death and the afterlife. For the Maya, death was not the end but a transition to a new realm. The sarcophagus lid's elaborate carvings depict Pakal in a cosmic context, suggesting that his death was viewed as a powerful event that had cosmic implications. In Maya cosmology, the underworld, or Xibalba, was a place of trials and challenges, and the journey to this realm was a key component of the afterlife. The fact that Pakal's tomb was so intricately designed and filled with such significant objects reflects the importance of death rituals and the belief in a continued existence beyond the physical world. Palenque's temples, pyramids, and palaces are equally impressive, offering a glimpse into the grandeur of Maya architecture and urban planning. The Palace of Palenque, for example, is a sprawling complex of rooms, courtyards, and balconies, strategically built along the edge of a steep hill. The palace served as both a royal residence and a ceremonial space, reflecting the dual role of the Maya elite as both political leaders and religious figures. The palace is also notable for its architectural innovation, including the use of a multi-story building that was relatively rare in Maya cities. The palace's most striking feature is its observation tower, which rises above the surrounding structures and offers a panoramic view of the city and the jungle beyond. It is believed that the tower may have had astronomical significance, possibly serving as an observatory or a place for ritual activities. Another notable structure at Palenque is the Temple of the Cross, which is part of a group of temples known as the Cross Group. The Temple of the Cross, along with the Temple of the Foliated Cross and the Temple of the Sun, was built during the reign of Pakal's son, Kenbalam II. The temples are richly decorated with intricate carvings and reliefs, depicting scenes of divine power, the ruler's role in maintaining cosmic order, and the connections between the rulers of Palenque and the gods. The Temple of the Cross, in particular, is named after a carved cross found within the temple, which is believed to symbolize the union between the celestial and earthly realms. These temples are among the most visually striking structures at Palenque, with their elaborate stone carvings and expansive views of the surrounding landscape. Despite its grandeur, Palenque was not immune to the forces of decline that affected many other Maya cities. By the 9th century CE, Palenque, like many other cities in the Maya lowlands, experienced a significant decline. The reasons for this collapse remain unclear, but environmental factors, such as prolonged drought, may have played a role. The Maya relied heavily on agriculture, particularly the cultivation of maize, and a shift in climate patterns could have disrupted food production, leading to economic instability. Additionally, political upheaval and internal conflict may have weakened the city's leadership and social structure, contributing to its eventual abandonment. By the time the Spanish arrived in the region in the 16th century, Palenque had long since fallen into ruin, its once grand buildings left to be reclaimed by the jungle. One of the most striking features of Palenque's decline is the relative scarcity of inscriptions that tell the story of its fall. While the city is rich in carved monuments and stelae, many of which record the deeds of its rulers and the city's religious practices, there are very few inscriptions that directly address the reasons for Palenque's abandonment. This has led some researchers to speculate that the decline of the city may have been a slow, internal process, perhaps driven by internal political struggles or the loss of control over vital resources. Whatever the cause, by the time it was rediscovered in the 18th century, Palenque had become a forgotten city, hidden in the jungle, awaiting rediscovery. Today, Palenque stands as a testament to the achievements and mysteries of the ancient Maya civilization. Its breathtaking architecture, intricate carvings, and rich history continue to captivate those who visit the site, and ongoing archaeological research is uncovering new details about the city's past. The discovery of Pakal's tomb and the mysteries surrounding his sarcophagus have sparked a renewed interest in the city, and the legend of Palenque continues to intrigue scholars, explorers, and enthusiasts alike. As more discoveries are made and the mysteries of the ancient Maya are unraveled, Palenque will undoubtedly remain one of the most important archaeological sites in the Americas, offering a glimpse into a civilization that was both highly advanced and deeply spiritual, yet ultimately lost to time. Deep in the remote desert of southern Arizona, an enigmatic and mysterious site stands, virtually untouched by modern civilization, the ruins of a city that was lost to time and rediscovered only after centuries of speculation. The site in question is the legendary Boulder City or the City of the Sun, a settlement whose existence has sparked debates, inspired theories, and, for many, remains a paradox in the context of North American prehistory. Known primarily from the accounts of early explorers, historians, and fringe theorists, this city was supposed to have been the home of an advanced civilization, possibly far older than any known indigenous culture of the Americas, predating even the more commonly accepted ancient civilizations like the Maya or Aztec. Its location remains one of the greatest secrets of the southwestern United States, with only tantalizing clues that point to its existence, leading many to question, what lies buried beneath the desert sands, and why has history left it behind? The City of the Sun, as it is sometimes called, is rumored to have been a place of incredible power and prestige, a hub of mystical practices and advanced scientific knowledge. The city is said to have flourished centuries before European explorers set foot on the continent, making it a potential pre-Columbian metropolis whose achievements would rival the greatest civilizations of ancient history. In fact, some researchers have gone as far as to claim that the city was the center of a lost civilization whose influence spread far beyond North America, reaching as far as the South American continent. The city's legendary status is partly due to the supposed connections it has to mysterious, ancient knowledge, including a vast array of advanced astronomical tools, mathematics, and architecture that would have been impossible for the indigenous peoples of the region to create without the help of outside influences or technologies. But despite these extraordinary claims, no definitive evidence has ever been found to support them. As a result, the City of the Sun remains an enigma. The first recorded mention of this legendary city came in the mid-19th century, during a time when explorers, treasure hunters, and archaeologists were mapping out the vast, largely unexplored southwestern United States. Early reports from explorers who ventured into the region spoke of a large settlement that was home to unusual stone buildings, intricate carvings, and seemingly advanced engineering techniques. However, despite their tantalizing descriptions, no one was ever able to pinpoint the exact location of the city. As time went on, the stories surrounding the City of the Sun grew more fantastical, with theories emerging that the city had been abandoned long before the arrival of European settlers. Some said that the city had fallen victim to a natural disaster, while others suggested that it had been mysteriously destroyed by invaders or perhaps even an internal collapse. The question that emerged from these theories was not just why it was abandoned, but what knowledge or secrets the people of the city had possessed. One of the most compelling aspects of the legend of the City of the Sun is its purported connection to advanced astronomical and mathematical knowledge. It is said that the city was a place where ancient astronomers meticulously tracked the movements of the stars, the sun, and the planets, using highly sophisticated tools to calculate time, predict celestial events, and establish a calendar system far more accurate than anything the ancient world had seen. Such claims are not entirely unfounded. Archaeological evidence from other parts of North America, such as the well-known structures of Chaco Canyon in New Mexico, suggests that ancient Native American cultures were capable of highly advanced astronomical observations. The idea that the City of the Sun may have been home to similarly advanced astronomical practices has captured the imagination of many. Some theorists believe that the city was not only an astronomical center but also a place of spiritual significance, with the alignment of its buildings and monuments tied to cosmic forces. This is a theory that has been proposed in several alternative historical narratives, which suggest that the ancient inhabitants of the city used their knowledge of the stars to align their structures and their culture with the heavens. The concept of a cosmic city, aligned with celestial bodies and governed by the stars, is a recurring motif in various ancient civilizations, including the Egyptians, the Maya, and even the ancient Greeks. If the City of the Sun truly existed, its architectural layout might have been designed to reflect the movements of the stars and the sun, making it an awe-inspiring example of both scientific knowledge and religious symbolism. Despite the intrigue and fascination surrounding the City of the Sun, no direct evidence of its existence has ever been uncovered by mainstream archaeology. Researchers have combed through desert landscapes, seeking signs of the city's location, but the evidence remains elusive. There are no major ruins or artifacts that can be definitively tied to the city, and many of the claims made by early explorers have been dismissed as exaggerations or misinterpretations. Some even argue that the city is purely mythical, a product of the human tendency to imbue ancient landscapes with supernatural significance. Yet the mystery persists, with many convinced that the true history of the city remains hidden beneath layers of time and desert soil. In recent years, some proponents of the City of the Sun theory have attempted to apply modern technology to solve the mystery. Remote sensing techniques, such as ground-penetrating radar and satellite imaging, have allowed archaeologists to scan vast areas of desert land for potential evidence of ancient settlements. In some cases, these surveys have revealed faint, anomalous patterns that may indicate the presence of ancient structures beneath the surface. However, these findings have yet to provide any concrete evidence of the City of the Sun, and many of the supposed discoveries have been dismissed as natural geological formations or unrelated archaeological sites. This has led some to believe that the city, if it ever existed, may lie in an area that is simply too remote or too difficult to explore. The absence of evidence has not stopped the speculation surrounding the City of the Sun. One popular theory is that the city was a product of an advanced civilization that existed long before the Native American cultures we are familiar with today. Some fringe theorists have suggested that the city was built by a race of people from another land, perhaps even an extraterrestrial civilization, who passed on their advanced knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, and engineering to the ancient peoples of North America. These ideas, while not widely accepted by mainstream scholars, have captured the imagination of many and continue to be discussed in various alternative history circles. The suggestion that the city was built by ancient aliens is one of the most controversial and heavily debated aspects of the City of the Sun legend. Other theories focus on the idea that the city was home to a lost branch of the Native American population, one that possessed knowledge and technologies that were unique to their culture. According to this view, the city was an integral part of a broader, forgotten civilization that predated the well-known Native American groups such as the Anasazi, the Hohokam, or the Hopi. The idea of a lost, advanced civilization in North America is not a new one, and similar theories have been proposed for other regions, such as the Pacific Northwest and the Midwest. Advocates of these theories argue that there was a time when the ancient inhabitants of the Americas were far more sophisticated than history has led us to believe, and that the City of the Sun is a testament to this lost history. For now, the City of the Sun remains one of the greatest mysteries of the American Southwest. Despite the compelling theories and the excitement generated by the occasional anomalous discovery, no one can say for certain whether the city ever existed, or what it might have looked like if it did. What is clear, however, is that the story of the City of the Sun continues to captivate the imagination of many, from amateur archaeologists and explorers to those who believe in alternative histories. The search for this legendary city is far from over, and as technology continues to evolve, new methods may one day reveal the hidden secrets of the desert, allowing us to uncover the lost city that has long eluded us. Whether the City of the Sun will ever be found, or whether it will remain an unanswerable enigma, one thing is certain: it remains a powerful symbol of humanity's fascination with the unknown, the ancient, and the mysterious. In the dense, mysterious forests of the Pacific Northwest lies one of the most baffling and enigmatic archaeological sites in North America, the ruins of the ancient city of Cahokia. Located near present-day St. Louis, Missouri, Cahokia was once the center of a vast, flourishing civilization, yet little is known about its origins, its people, or the reasons for its sudden decline. At its peak, Cahokia was home to tens of thousands of people, making it the largest pre-Columbian settlement north of Mexico, and a thriving center of trade, culture, and politics. It stood as a monumental achievement in the ancient world, rivaling the great cities of ancient Europe, Asia, and Mesoamerica. But despite its once great power and influence, Cahokia today lies largely forgotten, its towering mounds and elaborate structures partially reclaimed by the forest and the passage of time. Cahokia, which flourished between the 9th and 14th centuries CE, was a city built upon the rich soil of the Mississippi River Valley, and it became the political and economic hub of the Mississippian culture. The Mississippian people were a complex society with a sophisticated understanding of agriculture, trade, and urban planning. They cultivated maize, beans, and squash, and developed a highly organized social structure that included a powerful ruling elite, priests, and a class of skilled artisans. Cahokia itself was not just a city but a powerful state that exerted influence over a vast region, encompassing much of the Mississippi and Ohio River valleys, with trade routes extending as far as the Gulf of Mexico. The city was built around a series of massive earthen mounds, which served as platforms for ceremonial structures, residences for the elite, and burial sites for important individuals. The most famous of these mounds is Monk's Mound, a towering structure that stands more than 100 feet tall and dominates the landscape of Cahokia. It is the largest prehistoric earthen structure in North America and likely served as the centerpiece of the city's ceremonial and political life. Monk's Mound was constructed in several stages, and its sheer size and complexity suggest that it was the focal point of Cahokia's urban planning. The mound was built with millions of cubic feet of earth, transported by hand and deposited in layers. At the top of the mound once stood a large wooden building, likely a temple or residence for the city's rulers. The mound's positioning and its alignment with the cardinal directions also suggest a deliberate and highly sophisticated understanding of astronomy and spatial relationships, a key feature of many ancient cultures. The construction of such a monumental structure would have required a highly organized labor force, and it stands as a testament to the advanced engineering capabilities of the Cahokian people. Around Monk's Mound, the city of Cahokia was laid out in a grid-like pattern, with streets, plazas, and smaller mounds scattered throughout. The urban layout suggests a level of planning and organization that was unprecedented in North America at the time. Evidence from archaeological digs has revealed the remains of large wooden buildings, homes, and communal structures, many of which were adorned with elaborate carvings and pottery. The city was also home to a complex network of trade routes, which connected Cahokia to other Mississippian cities and distant regions. Archaeologists have found evidence of goods such as shells, copper, and mica, which were traded from as far as the Gulf Coast and the Great Lakes. This extensive trade network helped Cahokia thrive as a major cultural and economic center, and its people had access to a wide variety of materials and resources. The people of Cahokia were also skilled artisans, producing intricate pottery, jewelry, and tools that reflect a high degree of craftsmanship and creativity. Artifacts found at the site include clay figurines, decorative pottery, and copper ornaments, many of which were used in ceremonial contexts. Some of these artifacts depict gods, animals, and human figures, providing valuable insights into the religious beliefs and practices of the Cahokian people. The presence of a variety of artwork also suggests that the people of Cahokia had a rich cultural life, with complex rituals and ceremonies that were central to their social and political structures. Despite its grandeur, Cahokia's sudden decline remains one of the greatest mysteries of North American archaeology. By the 14th century, the city had begun to shrink, and by the time European explorers arrived in the region in the 16th century, Cahokia was no longer the thriving metropolis it had once been. The reasons for this decline are still debated by scholars, with several theories put forward to explain the fall of the city. One of the most commonly proposed explanations is environmental collapse, particularly related to the city's agricultural practices. Cahokia's population was heavily dependent on maize farming, and some researchers believe that overfarming and deforestation led to soil depletion and reduced agricultural yields. This could have contributed to food shortages and economic decline, eventually forcing people to abandon the city. Another theory suggests that social upheaval and internal conflict played a role in the city's decline. Archaeological evidence from Cahokia indicates that the city was a highly stratified society, with a powerful elite class that controlled access to resources and power. It is possible that social tensions and internal divisions may have led to political instability and conflict, weakening the city from within. Additionally, the rise of neighboring Mississippian cities may have shifted trade routes and resources away from Cahokia, leading to its decline as a regional power. Some scholars also believe that Cahokia's decline was related to climatic changes, particularly a series of droughts that affected the region during the 13th and 14th centuries. Paleoclimatic evidence shows that this period was marked by significant fluctuations in temperature and rainfall, which could have disrupted agriculture and contributed to food shortages. These environmental stresses, combined with social and political instability, may have led to the abandonment of Cahokia by its inhabitants. While the decline of Cahokia remains uncertain, what is clear is that the city's legacy has had a lasting impact on the region. Despite its fall, Cahokia's influence can still be seen in the archaeological record, with traces of its culture found in neighboring regions. The Mississippian culture continued to thrive in other parts of North America, and many of the city's architectural and cultural practices were adopted by other communities. Cahokia's monumental mounds and its complex urban planning serve as a lasting testament to the ingenuity and creativity of the people who built the city. Even today, the site of Cahokia is a UNESCO World Heritage Site and continues to be an important location for archaeological research and preservation. One of the most striking features of Cahokia is the sheer scale of its urban environment. The city was far larger than any other pre-Columbian settlement in North America, with an estimated population of 20,000 to 40,000 people at its peak. The city covered an area of approximately 6 square miles, with over 120 mounds spread across the landscape. These mounds served a variety of purposes, including religious, ceremonial, and political functions, and they reflect the city's complex social and cultural structure. The mounds also demonstrate the advanced engineering skills of the Cahokians, who were able to move vast quantities of earth to create these structures. The alignment of the mounds and the city's layout suggests that the Cahokians had a deep understanding of astronomy, and it is believed that the city's design was carefully planned to reflect cosmic and spiritual beliefs. Today, Cahokia's ruins serve as a reminder of the incredible achievements of the Mississippian culture and its role in shaping the history of North America. The mounds of Cahokia continue to inspire awe and wonder, offering a glimpse into a lost civilization that once thrived in the heart of the continent. The city's impressive architecture, its rich cultural heritage, and the mysteries surrounding its rise and fall have captivated archaeologists, historians, and visitors alike. As research into Cahokia continues, new discoveries are being made, and scholars are uncovering more about the people who lived there and the forces that shaped their society. The story of Cahokia is one of triumph and tragedy, of a city that rose to greatness only to be abandoned in the face of environmental, social, and political challenges. Its ruins, however, continue to stand as a testament to the ingenuity and resilience of its people, and they remain a powerful symbol of the rich and complex history of ancient North America. Beneath the arid skies of the southwestern United States, in the heart of the American desert, lies a hidden secret that has baffled historians and archaeologists for centuries. The mysterious ruins of the ancient Anasazi civilization, also known as the ancestral Puebloans, are scattered across the canyons and mesas of what is now the Four Corners region, where Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, and Utah meet. These enigmatic structures, including cliff dwellings and elaborate pueblos, were once home to a vibrant and sophisticated people, but by the late 13th century, the Anasazi had mysteriously vanished from the region. The reasons for their sudden disappearance remain one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of pre-Columbian North America. The Anasazi civilization reached its height between the 9th and 13th centuries CE, during which time it developed complex urban centers, advanced agricultural systems, and intricate art and architecture. One of the most famous sites associated with the Anasazi is Chaco Canyon, a vast archaeological complex located in northwestern New Mexico. Chaco Canyon was once a major center of culture and commerce for the Anasazi, and its impressive architecture, which includes large, multi-story buildings and vast ceremonial complexes, demonstrates a level of organization and engineering that was unparalleled in the region. The Chacoans, as they are sometimes called, constructed their buildings using a combination of stone, wood, and mud mortar, and their monumental structures were aligned with astronomical events, such as the solstices and equinoxes. This attention to celestial events suggests a deep understanding of astronomy and the natural world, and many scholars believe that Chaco Canyon was both a political and religious center. Chaco Canyon, with its iconic great houses, massive, multi-story stone buildings, served as the political and cultural heart of Anasazi society. The most famous of these great houses is Pueblo Bonito, a sprawling complex that consisted of over 800 rooms and was home to an elite class of Anasazi rulers. The scale and sophistication of Pueblo Bonito suggest that the Anasazi were highly organized and that their society had a well-defined social hierarchy. The great houses were not just residences, however, they also served as ceremonial centers, where religious and political leaders gathered to perform rituals, exchange goods, and make important decisions. The great houses were connected by a network of roads, which facilitated trade and communication between Chaco Canyon and other Anasazi settlements across the region. One of the most intriguing aspects of Chaco Canyon is its connection to trade. The Anasazi were part of a vast trade network that stretched across the American Southwest, and evidence suggests that Chaco Canyon was a major hub for the exchange of goods, ideas, and resources. Archaeologists have found evidence of turquoise, shells, and exotic bird feathers at Chaco Canyon, indicating that the Anasazi were engaged in long-distance trade with other cultures. This trade network extended as far as Mesoamerica, where the Anasazi exchanged goods with the Maya and other Mesoamerican civilizations. The presence of these exotic materials suggests that the Anasazi had far-reaching connections, and that Chaco Canyon was a thriving center of cultural exchange. The Anasazi were also skilled farmers, and they developed sophisticated agricultural techniques to cope with the challenges of the desert environment. They relied on irrigation systems to channel water from nearby rivers and streams to their fields, allowing them to grow crops such as maize, beans, and squash. The agricultural success of the Anasazi was key to their prosperity, and their ability to cultivate crops in such a harsh environment demonstrates a remarkable level of knowledge and innovation. The Anasazi also raised domesticated animals, such as turkeys and dogs, for food and companionship. However, despite their agricultural prowess, the Anasazi were not immune to the challenges of their environment. Droughts, soil depletion, and environmental changes may have played a role in the eventual decline of their civilization. The sudden abandonment of Chaco Canyon and other Anasazi settlements around the late 13th century is one of the most perplexing aspects of their history. By the time European settlers arrived in the region in the 16th century, the once thriving Anasazi cities were in ruins, and the people had disappeared. The reasons for this mass exodus are still debated by archaeologists and historians, with several theories put forward to explain their disappearance. One of the most widely accepted theories is that a prolonged drought, combined with environmental degradation, led to the collapse of the Anasazi civilization. The American Southwest is known for its periodic droughts, and research has shown that the late 12th and early 13th centuries were marked by a series of severe droughts that would have made agriculture difficult and reduced the availability of water for the Anasazi. The Anasazi relied heavily on irrigation to grow their crops, and any disruption to this delicate system would have had devastating consequences. The droughts could have led to crop failures, food shortages, and social unrest, eventually forcing the Anasazi to abandon their settlements in search of more hospitable land. Another theory suggests that the Anasazi were driven from their homes by internal conflict and warfare. Some researchers believe that the Anasazi society may have become increasingly stratified over time, with a powerful elite controlling resources and wealth. This inequality could have led to social tensions, and as competition for resources intensified, the Anasazi may have been driven to conflict with one another. Evidence of violent conflict, including skeletal remains showing signs of trauma, has been found at some Anasazi sites, suggesting that warfare may have played a role in the decline of the civilization. In addition to environmental and social factors, some scholars have proposed that the Anasazi migration was part of a larger, regional phenomenon. The collapse of the Anasazi civilization coincided with the decline of other southwestern cultures, including the Hohokam and Mogollon cultures. This suggests that the region as a whole may have experienced significant changes, such as shifts in climate or political upheaval, that led to the displacement of entire populations. It is also possible that the Anasazi were assimilated into other neighboring cultures, with their traditions and knowledge being passed down through the generations, rather than completely disappearing. The decline of the Anasazi civilization left behind a rich archaeological record, but many questions remain unanswered. The ruins of the cliff dwellings, pueblos, and ceremonial centers that dot the landscape of the American Southwest offer tantalizing clues about the lives of the Anasazi people, but they also present more questions than answers. The intricate stonework, the elaborate art and pottery, and the mysterious kivas, circular underground chambers used for religious ceremonies, suggest a people with advanced knowledge of architecture, astronomy, and spirituality. The Anasazi left behind no written records, so much of their history must be reconstructed through the study of their material culture and the landscapes they inhabited. Today, the ruins of the Anasazi civilization are some of the most significant archaeological sites in North America, drawing thousands of visitors each year. Sites such as Mesa Verde, Cliff Palace, and Canyon de Chelly provide a glimpse into the lives of these ancient people, and the ongoing study of their ruins continues to yield new insights into their culture, beliefs, and way of life. The Anasazi may no longer be present in the American Southwest, but their legacy lives on in the ruins they left behind. These ancient structures, built into cliffs and mesas, stand as a testament to the ingenuity and resilience of a civilization that flourished for centuries before disappearing into the annals of history. Though much has been learned about the Anasazi through archaeology, their ultimate fate remains one of the greatest mysteries of ancient America. Were they driven away by environmental factors, social strife, or a combination of both? Or was their disappearance part of a larger, regional pattern of change? These questions continue to fascinate archaeologists and historians, and as new discoveries are made, the story of the Anasazi civilization may become clearer. For now, their abandoned cities and cliff dwellings stand as a haunting reminder of a once great culture that vanished, leaving behind only the silent ruins of a forgotten world. In the northernmost reaches of the Americas, nestled in the desolate, snow-capped peaks of the Andes Mountains, lies one of the most extraordinary archaeological mysteries of all time, the ancient city of Tiwanaku. This mysterious civilization, which flourished between 500 and 1000 CE, left behind monumental ruins that have both fascinated and perplexed archaeologists, historians, and visitors for centuries. The grandeur of Tiwanaku's architecture, combined with the eerie sense of abandonment that pervades the site, has led to countless theories and speculations about its origins, its people, and its sudden decline. But despite extensive research, much of Tiwanaku's history remains shrouded in mystery. Was it the work of an advanced civilization that was wiped out by environmental catastrophe, or was it a center of knowledge and power long before the rise of the Inca Empire? The truth is elusive, but what is clear is that Tiwanaku's ruins hold secrets that may never be fully understood. Tiwanaku is located near the southern shore of Lake Titicaca, one of the highest navigable lakes in the world, straddling the border between modern-day Bolivia and Peru. The site is famous for its massive stone structures, intricately carved sculptures, and the enigmatic Pumapunku complex, which is widely considered one of the most mysterious and awe-inspiring archaeological features in the Americas. The city of Tiwanaku itself was once a thriving metropolis, serving as the political and spiritual heart of a powerful civilization that dominated the region. Yet today, Tiwanaku lies in ruins, with its once grand temples and plazas now reduced to piles of stone. Some of the stone blocks that make up the structures of Tiwanaku weigh up to 130 tons, leading many to wonder how such massive stones were transported and precisely cut without the advanced tools and machinery that we have today. This question alone has sparked numerous theories, some of which suggest that the people of Tiwanaku possessed knowledge and technologies that have been lost to history. The most famous structure at Tiwanaku is the Pumapunku, a massive complex of finely crafted stones arranged in a symmetrical pattern. The name Pumapunku, which means gateway of the Puma, in the Aymara language, refers to a series of megalithic stone blocks that are thought to have formed part of a larger ceremonial structure. The stones at Pumapunku are unlike anything found in other ancient civilizations, with their precision-cut surfaces and perfectly aligned corners. Some of the blocks are so finely crafted that they fit together with such precision that even a razor blade cannot be inserted between them. The site also features massive doorways and platforms, suggesting that it may have been used for ceremonial purposes, possibly related to the worship of the sun or the moon, as many ancient Andean cultures had strong ties to celestial bodies. What is most striking about Pumapunku, however, is the sheer scale of the construction and the difficulty in understanding how such a site was built. The stones at Pumapunku are made from a local volcanic rock known as andesite, which is both dense and durable. To shape the massive blocks with such precision, the builders would have required advanced knowledge of stone-cutting techniques, as well as the ability to transport the heavy stones from quarries located miles away. The question of how the people of Tiwanaku were able to accomplish such feats of engineering remains one of the most debated topics in archaeology. While some researchers have suggested that the builders used primitive tools such as copper chisels and hammers, others have proposed that the techniques used to carve and transport the stones were far more advanced, potentially involving methods that have been lost to time. Some even speculate that the Tiwanaku people may have had access to technology that is unknown to modern science, or that they may have received assistance from extraterrestrial visitors. While these theories are highly speculative, they continue to capture the imagination of those who study the site. Despite the many questions surrounding its construction, Pumapunku remains a stunning testament to the ingenuity and skill of the Tiwanaku people. The site is not only an architectural marvel but also a symbol of the city's political and spiritual power. At its height, Tiwanaku was a center of influence, with vast trade networks connecting it to other Andean cultures, including the Nazca, Moche, and even the distant Maya. Archaeological evidence suggests that Tiwanaku was a major hub for the exchange of goods, including agricultural products, textiles, and precious metals. The people of Tiwanaku were highly skilled artisans, creating intricate pottery, jewelry, and textiles that were highly prized by neighboring cultures. This trade network allowed Tiwanaku to thrive as a cultural and economic center, and its influence extended far beyond the borders of the city itself. However, despite its prominence, Tiwanaku's decline remains a mystery. By the 11th century, the city had been abandoned, and its once thriving population had disappeared. The reasons for this sudden collapse are still debated, with several theories put forward to explain the fall of Tiwanaku. One of the most widely accepted explanations is that the city suffered from severe environmental changes, particularly a period of prolonged drought. The region around Lake Titicaca is highly dependent on agricultural production, and a change in climate could have disrupted the local food supply. If the people of Tiwanaku relied heavily on irrigation and agriculture to sustain their population, a drought could have led to crop failures, economic hardship, and social unrest. Another theory posits that the decline of Tiwanaku was due to internal political conflict and social upheaval. Some researchers believe that the city's political system became increasingly unstable, with a growing gap between the elite ruling class and the common people. As the power of the ruling elite became more centralized, it is possible that the people of Tiwanaku rebelled against their leaders, leading to a breakdown of the social and political order. This theory is supported by evidence of destruction and burning at the site, suggesting that Tiwanaku may have suffered from internal conflict or even warfare. Other theories suggest that the city may have been abandoned as a result of invasions or raids by neighboring civilizations, though there is little concrete evidence to support this idea. Despite the mystery surrounding its decline, Tiwanaku's cultural influence continued long after the city itself was abandoned. The Tiwanaku people's artistic and architectural styles influenced the rise of later Andean cultures, most notably the Inca Empire. The Incas, who came to power in the 15th century, were heavily influenced by Tiwanaku's religious practices, architectural designs, and agricultural techniques. The city's legacy can still be seen in the Inca capital of Cusco, where the use of finely cut stonework and ceremonial platforms mirrors the architectural traditions of Tiwanaku. The spiritual and political ideas of the Tiwanaku people also found their way into Inca society, particularly in the worship of the sun god Inti and the veneration of the Andean cosmos. Today, The ruins of Tiwanaku remain one of the most significant archaeological sites in South America. The site continues to draw scholars, archaeologists, and tourists from around the world, all eager to unravel the mysteries of this ancient civilization. Excavations at Tiwanaku are ongoing, and new discoveries are made regularly, shedding light on the people who once called this city home. The most recent excavations have uncovered additional evidence of the city's trade networks, as well as more intricately carved stonework that may offer clues about the religious practices of the Tiwanaku people. Despite the advances in archaeological research, however, Tiwanaku remains an enigma, a civilization that rose to great heights and then vanished, leaving behind only stone ruins and unanswered questions. As we continue to study Tiwanaku and its mysteries, we are reminded of the power of ancient civilizations to inspire wonder and curiosity. The people of Tiwanaku may no longer be with us, but their legacy lives on in the ruins they left behind, in the awe they inspired, and in the questions they continue to pose. What knowledge did they possess that has been lost to time? What technologies did they use to build such monumental structures? And perhaps most importantly, what can we learn from their rise and fall as we face the challenges of our own age? These questions, like the ruins of Tiwanaku itself, remain ever present, waiting to be explored and understood.